Hello, everybody. Hope everything is all right and that you had a great week. I was just checking a few things, making sure that all is right. And sorry for the few minutes late. Had the delivery of a power pack. Battery pack. I wanted to have a rechargeable battery pack that was very powerful, like had more power than the ones that I had. So I just received that. Cheers, everybody. And let's start. Apparently I'm live. So, okay. Let me check it out here. Everything's good here. I will get the YouTube live control panel. I'd like to see how the stream is going. How well, and also at the same time it gives me some cool statistics on how everything is going. So that's good for that too. My face is a little red. As the camera is adjusting to the green here, it makes my face redder. So, just check it out here. I think it's in saturation here. Just go a little, yeah. Try to get a little less. I want this automatic. Let's just apply this and see if it works fine. Yeah, this is gonna be, I change this to change this in some way. There we go. I think this might be better as long as I don't look like a cadaver. So, welcome aboard, everybody. Another week has gone by. Too many home improver reruns. More power. Yeah, no, I did look sunburned. I looked more than sunburned. I looked like I fell in my face fell in the fireplace. Oh God. So here we go. Oh, it's Glenn Hauser's birthday. Oh, happy birthday to Glenn. Man, he's been making those World of Radios show for such a long time. It's just incredible that he keeps going and going. I just can't believe it. It's just amazing when you think about it. So, welcome aboard, everybody. This is the Saturday Live Show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. That's 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We're located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and my name is Gilles, and we've been doing this for quite a while now. We've been doing live shows since something like 2013, so it's more than 10 years. Of course, if you go back and find the first show, you'll see that it might not look as professional as today's show. I was in a kitchen. I was using my laptop's camera, if I remember well, and I was in the kitchen with my ICOM on the dryer. So some of you remember that time. So it's kind of improved a little bit. So nice to have all of you here, and it's pretty cool to be here. There's a wonderful chat room. So this is a show where we talk about radio in any form. It doesn't have to be just shortwave. It could be radio in any form. And we just enjoy and talk about that. And there's a beautiful chat room with wonderful people. Actually, I say it all the time. I think it's just it's true. We've got the best gang here. The gang that is respectful. We avoid got two rules here. Two important rules. One is no religion, and one is no politics. And we keep it like that. And it helps keep the group clean, beautiful, fun. And we talk about radio and just have fun with radio. So you can join that. And after that, there's a Facebook group, which is official SWL channel. The Facebook group you can join. And 4,100 members, something like that right now. And we have a lot of activity on that group, people sharing what they're listening to and so on. It's really, really cool. So that, kind of helps keep the gang alive of sharing what they are listening to. Because we say it all the time, this is a solitary hobby. So sometimes having the chance to share with others is kind of cool. So this is really, really fun. So this is a great place to be if you're new to the hobby. If you've been in a hobby for 50 years, I've been in the hobby now for 2025, so 43 years this year. Technically, because I would say it's, the first multi-band radio I've ever had, probably 45 years in reality, the first ever radio. I'm not, I'm counting my first, the first moment I became obsessed with radio, and that's when I got my realistic DX 100, in 1982. I just got hooked, and listening to the world was just so amazing. So it was really, really cool. So I think but I started listening and having my first multi-band radio. I still remember that my dad purchased in around 1980, I would say. It came from Canadian Tire, not Canadian Tire, sorry, Consumer Distributing, and I still don't remember what model it is, and I'd like to find that exact model. It was one of those radios with the little the panel that you flip on top that had a world map in it, with the name of some of the cities, and there's the time zones. I wish I could find the exact model. I'd love to see that radio again in pictures. So, and all of that is the reason why I'm here, basically. So it's nice to have everybody on board. So we have Andy New, nice to have you here from Bristol, UK. We have SWL Signals 23, nice to have you here from Florida. Bob's Old Records from New Mexico, Richard Wagner, WA9301 SWL from Northeast Illinois. We have Mike B from Bayfield, Colorado. We have J Projects from San Diego, California. Kenneth, KW1161 from sunny Tucson, Arizona. And, 101 Fahrenheit yesterday. That's too hot for me. And even 96 Fahrenheit is way too hot for me. So, Kenneth says, don't forget to hit the like button. Ron Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Dwayne, nice to have you here from Bristol, Tennessee. We have Boston Patriot, nice to have you here from Central Wisconsin. We have Boston Patriots. Finally, I'm going to catch the show from the beginning this time. That's cool. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. We have, that's what I was thinking about, April 12th. When I put the date for the live show today, it kind of came to mind, Titanic disaster. Pretty crazy, 113 years ago. Oh, man, just imagine. And actually, I was looking at something that came to mind was Titanic, distress. call frequency. What frequency did they use back then? 500 kilohertz. Okay, so the Titanic's distress calls were sent on a frequency of 500 kilohertz using Morse code signals. The distress signal used were CQD, which was the standard Morse code distress signal at the time. While the Titanic also sent some messages using the new SOS signal, the primary distress signal used was CQD. BBC News reports that the Titanic's captain, using the wireless, sent the message, "Come at once. We have struck an iceberg. We have struck a berg. It's a CQD, old man." So the U.S. Department of Defense notes that 500 kilohertz was the primary international maritime distress frequency until the end of the 20th century and used by the Titanic. So on 500 kilohertz, there was a distress call 113 years ago from the Titanic in the Atlantic Ocean, not very far from Newfoundland, with, of course, the sadness that we know of all the people that died. It must have been a horrible thing. I can tell you, those that survived, I'm sure I've never forgotten on their lives what they have heard and seen that night. So, but 113 years, unless you were born on the boat almost, I'm not sure there's still anyone alive from that period. So let's say you were, a couple of, to remember what happened, you have to be probably at least 4 or 5 years old. And that would mean that, pretty much nobody's alive from that era now at 113. So I got a very, very bad voice extinction this week. I still feel a little something in the vocal cords, but I just couldn't talk or pretty much not talk on Tuesday and Wednesday. It was crazy. Rob's Radio Channel, nice to have you on board. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here, Bobby, WA5107SWL. Morgan City, Louisiana. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. And from South Texas, N5 KVO. TV DXer, salut, ça va bien. J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Old Radio is going to a swap meet tomorrow. Better be careful. It's easy to come back with a lot of stuff from a swap meet. RJ Dakota, nice to have you here from Winsville, Missouri. We have Robert Varner from New Jersey, KC2 TEL. Paul in Vermont, AA1SU. Nice to have you on board. 54 Cal, greetings everyone from Northwest Pennsylvania. Took a tour of the USS Requin SS481 yesterday. The radio room and pinups had me drooling. I remember visiting a Canadian Army boat 10, 15 years ago in the old port here. And it was just so amazing to see all the electronics and all this stuff. It was really, really amazing. Mike WX50, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Jay Watterson, nice to have you here. So shout out to Paul the Cat, which is doing fine. He's actually, it's so funny. I'm going to show you here. So funny that he was sleeping in his favorite, actually he was in his favorite box today. So I'm going to show you his little picture that I took from, him in the box, enjoying cute little cat. So it was just fun. And he was looking at me. He wanted to play. It was so funny because he would extend his paw to touch me when I would go by because he wanted me to pet him back. So he's in a good mood today. Blogger Die, nice to have you here from Virginia, and says he's recovering from the trauma of filing my income taxes. Yeah, that's the part of the year that is never fun. I did mine a month ago. Good. What else do we have? Max Bunker Camp, nice to have you here. IW4EPP, welcome aboard, Max. We have 57 Steve DX, nice to have you here. From Southeast Georgia. We have Terrence, nice to have you on board. KD2ANN from a chilly and dreary New Jersey. Here it's 11 Celsius right now, so we're in kind of the 40s, I guess. So it's not too bad. But we had snow this week, and it's so funny because I received today a box, a Sugar Shack box, because here we have Sugar Shacks. And you have, of course, I don't know in English how you call it. It's like maple syrup that's been cooked at a certain temperature and that you put on the snow. So we had snow on Wednesday, and I thought, well, if I'm going to have a box with all that I need to do that, I need snow. So I took a big container, a big plastic container. I filled the container with beautiful white snow that was just falling fresh. And I put that in the freezer. So I have a box of snow in the freezer so that I'll be able to do that tomorrow, because there's no more snow on the ground since Wednesday. And in a big city like Montreal, when the snow melts, it's a little yucky. You don't want to eat that snow, that's for sure. So, Carol Pot, nice to have you on board. Codera, nice to have you here. Brian Penny from Cape Cod. I received your beautiful postcard. Thank you so much, Brian, for sending the postcard. It was always nice to have some news. And of course, I gave Paul the cat a few pettings for you. John Beckham, nice to have you on board from Northeast Florida. London 19657, nice to have you here. RJ Dakota says, that is the same clock. I recently bought one of those multicolored clocks. I got it next day. So far, it's great. I love mine. And it's surprising how well it keeps the time, too. I am amazed. I haven't actually set it. Let's check it out. I haven't touched. So, 15. Wow. WWV is nowhere to be seen. I guess the... Wow. This is crazy. The only place I can hear WWV right now, and it's barely there, is 10 megahertz. Yeah, I just heard the time. It's still pretty much on dot with time. It's crazy. Oh, it's precise. Wow. I'm amazed, and I haven't touched it. I haven't played with it since the day we did the first show that it was there, that I fixed the date. And I mean, it's still on dot with the time. It's crazy. It's very, very accurate. I wonder what they're using as a circuit, because they can be using a quartz circuit like all the other clocks, because it wouldn't be that accurate. They must have some other circuit to keep the clock working. And it is not an atomic clock, so it's not fixing itself with atomic time with WWVB. And even if it did, here it's almost impossible. I almost never received a signal on the clocks. EJC, as everyone wished happy birthday to Glenn Hauser. So yeah, right. It's crazy, Glenn Hauser being there such a long time. Jim Gordon just returned to Scotland after a couple of weeks to the south coast of England. North African and Spanish AM medium wave stations came in really strong at night on my trusty D808. Cool. That's the fun thing about moving and going to somewhere else, to DX and see what you're going to receive at another location. Lou No Doubt, Prescott Gregory, Poppy, Prescott Gregory, nice to have you here. Mike WX50, according to Wikipedia, World of Radio debuted in 1980 on WUOT in Knoxville, Tennessee, moving to shortwave 2 years later. I still remember the very funny moment that it's totally random. There was, it's never that planned. I remember listening to edition 666 that came out, and I'm not joking. Episode 666 came out on Halloween Day. And even in his 666 episode, he said, I've not done this on purpose. It's really by accident. Yeah, don't stop the videos, Rob. What else do we have? Endines, nice to have you here. And let's go back up. Trying to catch up where I was. And there we go. Endines is from Pennsylvania. AJC is looking forward to the Shortwave Festival. 2 weeks. I've started doing my PowerPoint presentation for the utility forum that I'll be doing, because I need one for that, which will be roughly a 45-minute presentation, and then of course I'll be answering questions. So this is going to be fun for those that want to join in. Just a reminder that we have, of course, the Shortwave Nassau Shortwave Festival coming up in 2 weeks, April 25th, 26th, and it is an in-person and hybrid Zoom event. If you go in person, they're at 46 people right now, apparently in person. A little more than 100 in the Zoom right now. I've registered. So if you go in person, there's still enough space for maybe 18, 19 person. So hurry. It's at the Holiday Inn Express and Guest Suites, Fort Washington, Pennsylvania. And if you go through Zoom, of course, there's no limit. You just join in. So go and register. I'll post a link to the Shortwave Fest here, and this is an event that's going to be a lot of fun. I also want to mention, because I remember last year I did that, and this year will be something that I will have to do, because the Shortwave Festival is Friday and Saturday. I'll be pushing the live show that normally would have been on April the 26th to Sunday, April 27th. So exceptionally, on that weekend, the live show will be Sunday rather than Saturday. So go and check it out. If you go in person, it's $45. They do have special price for the hotel for those that attend, if you want to stay there. And it's $15 for now, registration. It will go up to $20 maybe at some point. For the Zoom meeting part, there's the hospitality suite that the Canadian International DX Club will be hosting too, so you can go back and forth between forums, hospitality suite, talk with other people. We can see each other. You don't need a camera, by the way, even if you use Zoom. You just You can be an invisible person. Just you can join the forums, and it's fine. So I hope that you enjoy lots of cool programming both days. On Saturday at 14:30 UTC, 10:30 Eastern Daylight, I am going to do my utility for beginners forum. For those that kind of wonder what the utility world is all about. So I'll do my presentation on Saturday morning at the fest, and of course via Zoom. And so I hope that everybody will join. It'll be a lot of fun to see a lot of you there. And if you've never joined, you know what? It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. So just check it out, and it's 2 days of fun that isn't really expensive, honestly. For 2 days of fun, and you just go in and out on depending on what you want and what you do. You don't have to be there all the time. You can check what are the programs of the forums that are going to happen, and choose the ones you want to attend. So there will be a pre kind of an opening on Thursday evening of the hospitality suite before the main event starts on Friday morning. And usually it ends with the hospitality suite at in the wee hours of the morning. Last year, I think it ended at something like 2 a.m. or close to 3 a.m. We will be recording the International Radio Report, me and Sheldon, probably on Saturday night, and having some of the guests, of the people that are attended, that would like to join and give a little bit of give us an idea of who they are and what they did. So that is definitely going to be a lot of fun. And the CIDX Zoom account will have probably they're probably going to pay for an extra in case there's a lot more people than we're allowed with the main account. And so I will be using that, and around mid-May, put that on your calendar, somewhere in mid-May. If I look at dates here, I would probably say maybe on Sunday, May 18th, there will be a special Zoom session open to everybody on the Shortwave channel here. Once I am sure that it's going to happen, I will, of course, create the event. I will be sending you guys the link where you can join, and you've got to register in advance. It's totally free. It's not made for just people that donated. That one will be open to everybody on this channel that want to join in and say hi. We've done that in the past. So around May 18th, that's going to happen. And by the way, if you donate through the Super Chat, first of all, it helps me tremendously. And it is great. Thank you so much. You are also going to be in a drawing at the end of May. I'll be picking up 2 names that will win a Canadian International DX Club subscription and membership, because it's a club. So you'll have that for everybody that donates. Through the Super Chat here, it helps me tremendously in everything that I need. For example, that power bank, as one reason, I always bring it with me. I will bring it with me with equipment I need when I go outside with my radios and do walk in the parks. I need to power my stuff. If I'm there for like 7 or 8 hours, if I go to my urban expeditions at Perry Island or something, sometimes I'm there, 7 or 8 hours. I need juice. So these power banks keep my tablets and my equipment running so that I can actually do videos. I even charge the phone, because the phone, when you make videos, batteries go down fast. So, all of that is part of your donations, helping me purchase new equipment and things that I need. And of course, there's the pizza fund that is for making sure that I do not starve to death. So Pizza Fund through PayPal is at this address here. So if you want to give me a little something through PayPal for my pizza fund so that I don't starve to death after the show, that is always welcome also. And thank you so much, guys. You've been generous. And don't forget, I'll say it all the time, it's not always to the same people to donate. You enjoy what I do. You like the fact that I'm here every Saturday. You enjoy all the hours that I put in and the videos that I make. Why not think about it? It really, really helps. And thanks so much, everyone. Okay. And by the way, it could also be, the beer fund. If you want to put it to the beer fund, it's fine. Luna Loud Poppy Prescott says, I'm still planning for the Texan PL 368 and TEF 6686. M Stacks, Glenn Hauser. 80. He's 80 years old today. Wow. It's pretty crazy. Nice to have you here, M Stacks from Berkeley, California. Jasmine, nice to have you here from sunny Seattle. Kenneth says, Joel, I bet there was more hair on top of the head and less gray hair on the chin. Definitely a change. Definitely a change. That's for sure. AJC, 60 years for me, 47 for my WX 50. I got 56 in March. So slowly we're moving there, which means 13 years ago, when I started my first live show, I was 43. Marty, 68, nice to have you on board. And Diane says 1982 was the year with high solar activity. Yep. Terrence says 37 years for him. Luna Loud Papi Prescott says PL330, one of the only ultralight portable radios to do sync in SSB. Yeah, PL330 is a great little radio. Thomas Burdick, 60 years for him. Wow, can't believe it's been that long. Wow. That's a long time listening to the radio. EJC, the first radio was a Toshiba AM/FM and shortwave 4 to 12 megacycles, 1964. So 61 years to be exact. It's funny because there was a radio that I got there was a flea market that was outside. It was one of, it happened one or two times summer, not very far from here. And I remember I was 14, maybe. And on one of the tables, there was a small transistor AM/FM shortwave. The antenna was broken, but the radio itself worked. And I would guess it was probably from the early 70s. It was all chrome. And it had this frequency range, which was something like that, 4 to 12 megacycles. And I always remember thinking, it's so weird. Why did they limit the band to 4 to 12? I never quite understood why it was from 4 to 12 that they had limited the frequency range. And I had seen over time a lot of radios that were just 4 to 12 megacycles. It's kind of weird. Lagodai, I think my Panasonic RF085 goes back to about 82, still works well. AJC's in Riverside, California. Bert, WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here from sunny Virginia. Trevor, if you have an old photo of it, you can sometimes use Google app to reverse image. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't even have a picture of it. That's why I don't know. And I'd like to see a catalog. There is a place that they have, consumer distributing catalogs, but I don't want to pay for a catalog that should be free online, like the Radio Shack ones. So I don't know. If anybody has a PDF of maybe a consumer distributing catalog of 1980, 79, I'd say it's either 1979, 1980, or 1981. Probably one of these 3 years. And you see a multi-band radio in there. If you can just snap a picture of it and send me it, or tell me what model it says it is, or the brand, because it must have been in the catalog. But man, Skipwave DX, nice to have you on board from the Catskill Mountains of New York. Yeah, Rob, nice to have you back. You missed a few shows. Thomas Burdick, Finger Lakes of Western New York. Isabel Signal 23. Okay. Kenneth says, my dad bought one of those types of radios from an auction in 75 that I used off and on for about 2 years before it failed. My first real shortwave radio was a Sony 2001 bought at Guilford Shortwave in 1980. Wow. Andy New, just realized that my first radio with shortwave came out in 1969 when I was just 15. Wow. Incredible. Terrence, my first multi-band realistic shortwave 60 I got for Christmas in 1987. Sean Arash, yeah, the Titanic, and yeah, definitely put Marconi on the map, because it wasn't back in the day. Actually, a lot of most ships didn't have any radio systems on board. It was something like pretty new for any ships at sea to have some radios, and I think also that Marconi kind of pushed. They really wanted to have their system on board. And of course, what better promotion, even though it's a tragedy, to say that, well, we probably saved some lives thanks to our radio system, where you could call in an emergency and call SOS or CQD back in the day. It's just, something that definitely is good publicity in, even though it's a horrible tragedy. Rob's your channel. I have to go to bed early tonight because I had to get up early in the morning. So, no problem, my friend. Jasmine loves that Celine Dion song. And Jasmine, if you listen to it carefully, she doesn't say my heart will go on. If you listen to it carefully, you'll hear the hot dogs go on. She says the hot dogs go on. Now that I put that in your head, that's all you're going to hear. The hot dogs go on. Terrence, a year and a half later, upgraded to DX440. That's cool. Browser channel also had awful chest infection last week myself. Yeah, you know what? You probably had, and the more I talk about it, the more people that I know have mentioned they all had it. I had influenza, and I got to tell you one thing: it dragged me down terribly, and it was crazy. I almost called an ambulance the first few days because I felt so bad. Just going down the stairs here and going back up, I had to sit down and take 5 minutes before my breath would come back. RJ Dakota, one of my favorite shows was something called The Time Tunnel. The first episode was about the crew visiting the Titanic. Isn't that the guys that go in that tunnel that was like black and white, and they're kind of lost in time? Like they sent them back in time for something, and they just couldn't bring them back. And every time they show up at some random time event or something, is that the same or is it a different show? Shortwave singles 23. Yeah, the MLA 30 plus loop is great. CMRG 128. Do you know any 11 meter SSB clubs? You know what? I've noticed one thing about clubs. They're not necessarily doing the standard clubs like today. But if you start going on Facebook, you might be surprised to see that there are some 11 meter groups, maybe even in your area. Here I have one in my area, which is the same group that does the Howl Net on Friday nights on 27205 Upper Sideband, which is channel 20. And they have a private Facebook group. And I've noticed that a lot of groups today tend to be forming either on Facebook, places like that, rather than the traditional way of doing a club like before. And they actually do meetups. I received an invitation about a month ago. They were going to a Chinese buffet, making a get-together at a Chinese buffet just up north of Montreal here. TV Dovtrowski, good afternoon. Nice to have you on board from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Kevin, nice to have you on board. Walter Lord's A Night to Remember is a fantastic read on the Titanic disaster. WS2H. And yeah, I've heard that book. I've come across that book at one point. Mr. Audio, nice to have you on board. What do we have? Coming down here slowly. 420. There we go. What else do we have? John Beckham, nice to have you on board. Jasmine says sunny, 10 Celsius. Well, same here. So 50 Fahrenheit. It's 11, actually 10.8 here exactly. So about 50 in Montreal. We're supposed to go up to upper 60s this week for a few days, then back down. It's a weird April. It's like spring's trying to get there, and then suddenly it snows the next day. And they're saying this is going to be pretty much the weather for April for Montreal. A couple of days where it's like warm and you think spring has arrived, and then oops, snow. What else do we have? Mark Engel says, don't eat the yellow snow. Yeah. Kenneth, never drink downstream from the herd or eat the yellow snow. Yeah. You know, every time I see that, it's always the same thing. I always remember one of my nephews. And I mean, you know, when I look at the really young today, you know, and when I saw my nephews growing up, you realize that that's kind of dumb. As at the same age, I was dumb compared to what today they are, like super out there, and probably because they have all this media around them. So we're at a sugar shack, and they put the maple syrup in the snow to eat. A nephew says, I tell my nephew, you want one? And he says, no. I was like, why? It's good. It's super good. And so he says, no. I said, why? He says, well, I saw them take the snow in the forest, and the animal in the forest, they poop in the snow. And I'm like, I never thought about that. Yes, of course, we all seen the yellow snow, but I mean, when I went to a sugar shack, it never crossed my mind that, yeah, there could be poop in the snow of whatever. They're careful where they pick it out. But still, yeah, animals in the forest might have pooped or peed in the snow. I know. But hey, so we don't eat the snow. We eat. It's like a taffy. It makes like a taffy on the snow with the maple syrup. So with a little wooden stick, we take it out. So there's some snow around it for sure. It's a tradition here to do that. So that's why we pick snow. But my snow is beautiful because it's the snow that actually accumulated on my barbecue and was perfectly white and all fluffy. So it's like, no animals went there. Richard Myers, KO4OSA, nice to have you on board from South Daytona. And look at this. There's something special here. I'm just going to put my finger over one part of it. But, put the finger here. Look at that. I've got some QSL from some guy. KO4OSA. Look at that. So thanks for the QSL. I'll be sending you a Paul the Cat QSL this week. So thanks for the card. Thanks for the card. What else do we have? Tivrios Trotsky, Glenn Hauser, and his World of Radio. He often credits Ron Howard. Now, I have heard that Ron Howard is in fact the actor and director, but also a DXer. Do you know if that's correct? I'm not sure exactly what's all the relation and all of that, honestly. But I know Ron Howard is getting old too. So it's the best person to ask, I think, would be Glenn Hauser himself. Honestly. Richard Myers managed to get a few SSTV images from the ISS. Pretty cool. Nice. It's always fun. It's always fun to do that. Bob's Old Records. I like listening to Kiwis from the UK. Amazing to hear what they get after dark. There's one in Sweden that I go to regularly, and I always go to the medium wave band. It's just it's refreshing compared to the medium wave band here, with all the U.S. stations always into political talk. It's fun to see something different. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. John Beckham's first shortwave receiver was the Monarch M1, which had 5 vacuum tube receiver. Wow, it's pretty cool. Kenneth just received an email from Richard Cuff a couple of days ago. What else do we have? Thank you, Rob's the radio channel, and we will be seeing each other in the Zoom somewhere in probably, like I said, May 18th. I think we could safely put that date down as being the Zoom that we're going to have in May. So I think it's going to be May 18th. I think it's Sunday, May 18th. I think we can safely put that on the calendar as the Zoom open to everybody. London 19657, have no ham knowledge, but appreciate you guys all getting together. And it's we don't have. I mean, here we're open to everything. We're open to so much, talk. And there's somebody that actually had sent me a email several months ago, mentioning that apart from listening to his local radio stations, he's not really a radio person. Like, he doesn't do shortwave and anything. But he said in his email that he enjoyed my show for a very, very simple reason. It's just enjoyable. It's fun. And it's entertaining and interesting. And I'm like, well, you don't have to necessarily be, an absolute radio guy. You might just enjoy the company, and we go to all sorts of subjects all the time. We sometimes dive, some people don't like it. I got quite a few emails over the last year or two of people saying, I hate it when you go into some subject that is not related to radio. And I'm like, well, it's the nature of this show. The nature of this show is, it should be radio. It should be radio. But you know what? It doesn't have to always be just that. There's life around radio. There's life around us. And sometimes we just go through some life story or episode and have fun with that. And I think a lot of people enjoy that aspect. It's, we're human beings and we talk about different subjects. Of course, we try to focus as much as possible on radio. But sometimes we just digress to something else. KW in event 61, really, my first shortwave radio was a 3-transistor Radio Shack P-Box kit. Wow. Jasmine, my night dancing ended at 4:30 a.m. Just walking up and going to do it all over again tonight. Haha. So you're the party girl. I go at karaoke on Tuesday nights with friends, and I usually come back at 4 a.m. I still am. A lot of guys are like, well, you're kind of tough. It's like, I don't do that anymore, and I'm like, yeah, that's okay. I don't do that every day, and I don't do it every week. But Dog or Die has an assortment of radio: the Prunus J429 SW, Codescend DX286, SR286, Ratty RF75A, RF760, RTL is the RV4, PL330, 660, 990, DR91C, CNG and ATS 405, Sansui F50, Seawodon R108, XH Data D109, D109WB, D608WB, and D808. What does that Sansui F50 look like? I'm going to go and check it out. Sansui F50. Huh. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Huh. That looks interesting. Okay. What else do we have? Hey, Mad Reader DXer. Congratulations. Happy birthday. M7EIW. Hope you're having a great one. Any new radios? Any gifts radio related from someone or to yourself? It's nice to have you here, John. WZFR1 Biker, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. Nice to have you here. Craig Martinetti from Ontario, Canada. London, 19657, midnight in Moscow. Cannibal, hit it. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. KB2AHS in Long Island, New York. Jasmine says, I do not drink, so that's one thing that's different from their youth. Oh, and if you do not drink, except for the lack of sleep, it's probably much easier to get up, and even if you would get up in the morning, it's probably much easier than somebody that drinks. Craig Martinetti, never got your postal address. I told you I misplaced it. I'm going to mail you a small donation next week. Yeah, send me an email again, Craig, so that I remember. Because the problem is memory. I forget when we talk and we go through the. It's like I remember now. I remember, but in an hour I completely forgot. So official shortwave radio at Gmail. Just send me a little hello. Please give me your address, and I'll send you. I'll give you all the details. RT Curtis, nice to have you here. Randy in Chicago. WDX2ROE. Yeah, it'd be better if you just send me a little hello through my email, because like that I will remember, and because I will see your email come through. RT Curtis, first radio 1967 was a Nightkit Space Spanner regenerative receiver. Wow. Regenerative, yeah. Old radio's antenna was broken, huh? Yeah. So anyways, that radio, to finish the story, anyways, I purchased. I think an uncle had come over and I had $20 in my pocket. And when I went to the table, the guy said, $5. And I said, fine. $5? Sounds right. I don't care, the antenna's broken. It's like, Rob's Radio Channel, I'm going to be 37 3 weeks' time, and I was born when they built long-wave transmitters in Ireland, long-wave radio Atlantic 252. Yeah, Atlantic 252. Demolished last year. Yeah. Times change. When I was listening to radio, when I was, so two things were happening in my teenage years: shortwave radio and music. Music was big, and it's still big. So I, of course, used the radio to listen to music, because back then that's what you did. If you didn't buy music, you were listening to the radio for your music. And so there was a diverse number of stations that had all sorts of shows. The CBC French had a show in the evening on weekdays, where you could call in and ask for your favorite songs. And of course, I would call in all the time with my favorite songs. And there was also a station, it's funny, where you notice that listening to a crappy radio signal that gives you music you want to listen to, you still listen to it because your favorite songs are playing. There was a station in Saint-Hyacinthe, and this is what I miss of the AM band, actually, here in Montreal, is all of these little community radio stations in the small towns around Montreal. There were tons of these little stations. There was one on 1240, which was from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. And it came in decently well. And every night from 7 to 9, they had a call-in show where you could ask for your favorite songs. I still remember there was every single night the same guy calling in to hear Stairway to Heaven from Led Zeppelin. It was just so funny. But this was funny. And one of my friends, his dad had a shack in the woods near Saint-Hyacinthe. So where he was, on the weekend we would go there, and they would have you would have a good signal from that station, and we would listen together to the request show. There's another station that was very powerful back in the day, CKLM 1570. There is a station on 1570 right now, but it is not what CKLM 1570 was. Actually, that station was a powerhouse. It was easily heard. Its signal was broadcast like to the northeast, and they had 50,000 watts. It was a 50 kilowatt station. And they were heard up to New Brunswick really, really easily. And they also had a request show. And I remember when I started getting serious into radio, that 1570 CKLM was overloading almost every receivers I had because they were so powerful where I was back in the day at my my parents' home. And but I think about that today, and it's like there's some nostalgia in the air of I miss all of those things that were back in the day. You just listened to music. It didn't matter if it was on AM or FM. As long as they played your favorite songs, you just listened to whatever band it was on. Of course, you wanted to have FM if possible because the sound quality was better. But overall, even if it was on AM, you'd listen to music on AM. You just wanted to have your favorite songs played. It's as simple as that. So it's crazy how things change. Jasmine makes me wonder if the Brazilian shortwave station plays any funk they tried to outlaw in Brazil. Oh, I don't know. Old radios, same goes for repair manual. Yeah. Yeah, the one you had to pay $15 to find out. Coder, I'm trying to decode CW for the first time using CW Get as they are sharp as Spy Discovery. Any recommendations on where to tune to find something? Well, if you want, of course, the best part is the bottom of the amateur radio bands. So look at the first 50, 60 kilohertz of any amateur band. Look at the listing of what are the amateur radio bands. You'll have the amateur radio CW that you can try to decode. One of the things you should look at is the W1AW code practice. That one is very stable because it's sent by a computer, easier to decode. So go here. I'm going to give you the operating schedule of ARRL's W1AW station. That usually, when propagation isn't too bad, is pretty easy to hear, at least on one frequency. So check that out. And that will be some Morse code that you can decode too. Yeah, Jasmine, hot dogs go on. You'll hear only that now. Okay, that's the show, RJ Dakota. So they go in time, but they can't bring them back. So every time they pop up in some moment in time where there's some event or something happening. Yeah, I watched that. I watched that it played on Sunday nights here in French language TV. They had a translated version, and I would watch that every Sunday night. Like we had in 78, 79-ish. We had on Sunday night on one of the stations here in Montreal. It was it was like Bionic Woman, and then it was the time tunnel that you were talking about. Then it was there was Gilligan Islands, and there was another show that I'm trying to remember, the Bionic Man or whatever. I'd just spend the whole Sunday night watching that here when I was 9, 10 years old. And I remember that show with the tunnel. The tunnel is like black and white. And I still have an image of that tunnel. Chris G7VEO, nice to have you on board. Paul the Cat is great. Casey on 2, nice to have you on board from Russia. Much appreciated to have you here. IJ Dakota, every night in color on ABC in 66. Oh, wow. SWAT Cats, the radio on the Titanic was called 1.5 to 5 kilowatt Marconi converter set. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Man, these guys were brave. They operated that transmitter till the very, very last minute that they could. I mean, I would have... Imagine doing that. I would have been scared like crazy. I would have shit in my pants. Hubert. Bonjour, bienvenue. Nice to have you here. Brian Vendenheimer, nice to have you here. VA7VEB in the Canadian Rockies. Beautiful morning and rainy afternoon, so enjoying the live. Cool. Yeah, when it's raining, it's time for that. Trevor, sports on 15500 and 15520. Yeah, that's Spain. And that 15500 now finally is back.
Sigue con su espectacular racha de resultados, 9 partidos ya sin conocer la derrota en todas las competiciones. El Villarreal viene de empatar.
Because that 15500 was off for a while. Now it's back, so that technically is supposed to be the frequency for North America. And I get a lot of people that don't know still that Spain has English, because they might listen on a Tuesday or a Thursday and hear only Spanish. But remember, guys, 22 hours universal time, English from Spain, 15500 to North America. It's on Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Jeff King from Jacksonville, Florida. Nice to have you here. Joel Dowling, wax on snow. Okay. VT radio, 10 meter FT8 is dead, and I worked the band out of 15 meters. Bob's Old Records, when I lived north of 60, there was enough snow for a banquet. Jeff King just received a Codis MDX 286 and data, stage data D608WB. So, cool. Cool. Great radios, you're going to have fun. My WX50 just saw Ron Howard on an Apple TV Plus show to studio. Pretty wild. And Sweatcats emailed Glenn to say happy birthday. EFOG3, nice to have you on board from upstate New York. Old radio's too much windback political talk here, but I got stations that play classic country and classic S radio. At least you got that. Because when I tuned the AM, the medium wave band, or AM band here, oh God, it's at night, it's crazy. KU, grateful for all the work you do to bring us together in that awesome community. Shout out to the Pizza Fund and a thumbs up. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. And Craig Martinetti, what time is the Zoom call on May 18th? U.S. Eastern Time. It's probably going to be somewhere around 18 UTC. I'm planning to have it like a little earlier than a regular live show. So maybe 18 or 19. I'll see what maybe works the best for everybody. But around there. Jean Arash, sometimes Paul the Cat steals the show. Well, he always steals the show. He's the master in command. My WX50, life outside of radio? What? And, well, the AM radio, AM for every vehicle act in the United States is on a pretty good way to be adopted at some point. So it is something interesting that it seems like everybody agrees that keeping AM radio in cars is a very important thing to do. RJ Dakota have a rock and Americana formatted station on our medium wave here, and another one up the dial from in between 1220 and 1350. Some music is coming back on our medium wave. Cool. Blogger died. The Sansui of 50. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. It had a screen and everything. So it's pretty cool. Andrea DXer was given money, so got some new radios on the way. Oh yeah, pretty cool. Too many to mention. Wow, that's good. That's good. Craig Martinetti is at Tim Hortons drinking his large iced coffee. I'm always amazed at the number of people that's at Tim Hortons at any time of day or night. It baffles me. It baffles me. KWN 61. Okay. Craig Martinetti had his Zenith Transoceanic. Jasmine says, it is amazing to me that the only way to get music was either listen or buy it. Yep, listen to the radio or buy it. That was the thing back then. And we would make I remember we would make our favorite mixtapes. It's kind of fun, but you know. And of course, you always wanted the DJ to shut up at the beginning of each songs because he would talk too much before the song starts. You wanted him to shut up if possible because you wanted the whole song on your cassette. Oh, God. Jim Gordon, my first real shortwave. Do it here. Jim Gordon says, my first real shortwave radio was unusual. It was a Romanian-made Electronica S651T, a license-built version of a Hitachi iPhonic transistor radio of the late 60s. It was a good multi-band radio. Joel Darling, back in 81, he used to listen to Shom. Yeah, Shom was part of my... my listening. Shom. I was a mix... With my brother and all, I was a mix of a rock, pop, dance kind of guy. I liked all of those genres. So I was tuning multiple stations on the FM band to get the whole picture of the music I wanted to hear. So my listening in Montreal was CKMF 94.3, Sikwa 97.7. 96.9, Sham 97.7. There was also some AM stations like CKLM 1570. It was crazy. So John Arash says CKLM was doing harmonics on longwave. I wouldn't be surprised, they were so powerful. Jasmine, that's the difference. I guess people don't want to even listen to low bitrate streams. You know, because back then you had you just listened to whatever was out there to get your songs. There was, you didn't have what we have today. Today, I'm subscribed to YouTube Music and I listen to whatever I want today. It's like, it's not complicated. I don't even have to listen to anything else. I got all I want there, Some people at Spotify, a lot of people on Spotify, and it's like, that's the way it is today. It's very, very different today, and even YouTube. It's known that YouTube is a big player in having new artists show up and be popular because of the videos. That's what killed MTV pretty much. You got MTV, and then suddenly you got this thing called YouTube where every single music video you ever dreamed to see is there. You just got to ask for it. No more listening or watching, 15 boring music videos before you get your favorite one. You just go and listen to the ones you like. That's a major shift in the way we consume. And John Harash was the only, it says he's the only station he could get on a long wave. Wow. My WX50, I listened to my favorite music back in the day in bad quality AM usually. I guess it's why I'm an audiophile and wannabe now. It's great to listen to my favorite oldies in nice quality. Yeah. Well, there were still people that wanted to have a good quality. I mean, the people that bought the music also wanted to buy the music to get, the best quality possible on vinyl, for example. I was personally always a fan of vinyl because, let's face it, even some of the best recordings on 4-track cassettes, there was that little hiss in the music. It wasn't perfect. It sounded okay. I never thought cassettes sounded great. And that's why I was a vinyl guy, because I had a good turntable and it was much quieter in the background on a vinyl with the same song. And so I thought, well, if I wanted to have some of those on cassette for portable capabilities, hey, I had a cassette deck. I just made mixtapes. But I was always a fan of vinyls for kind of the superior quality of what you would hear compared to cassettes. RJ Dakota says, of course, the standard of medium wave radio has actually gone down. Bandwidths on other radios were tuned a bit wider than those made today. Rob's Radio Channel, take care, my friend. Stay safe, and always nice to have you here, my friend. Craig Martinetti, did anyone see the NS skit with Mike Myers at the music store? Oh, it rings a bell, yeah. RJ Dakota, you have the right show, Time Tunnel. It was a personal favorite. Yeah, I watched that. $6 Million Man, that's it. And Bionic Woman. Those were two shows that were the same night of that show playing on local TV here. We had cable, but I remember it was like a Sunday night, and my parents were in the living room hogging the TV. So I was in the kitchen, and in the kitchen we had a black and white TV. And what I would do is go into the kitchen, tune that station, and watch those shows. $6 Million Man, Bionic Woman, Time Tunnel, were the shows of that night. And I was like, yeah, all right. And they added something like a Gilligan's Island into the mix. And it was like, well, that was my night. I remember, you guys are going to laugh, but when we're 8, 9 years old, 10 years old, I was always watching these shows and pretending in the kitchen that, I would go over to the kitchen chairs and pretend to be the $6 Million Man and doing all of these moves over the chairs. I could just imagine if anybody would have filmed what I was doing back then. We would laugh our head off today. 57 Steve DX, Internet Archive has the entire series of Time Tunnel. Only one season ran, though, I think. Yeah, there wasn't that many episodes of Time Tunnel, if I remember. Maybe it didn't catch on that much. John in Tampa, Florida, nice to have you here. Martinetti, you was stopped. The clerk pointed to a sign, no stairway to heaven. Matthew Fernald, does anybody have any good FM antenna options for a portable radio for the upcoming FM season? RJ Dakota says Irwin Allen also produced shows via Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Land of the Giants, Lost in Space. I watched Lost in Space. Back in that period, once again, 78, 1980, Lost in Space, I would watch, and they had reruns of Lost in Space. 1999. You guys remember that? The moon pulls away from the Earth's gravity, and they're stuck on a moon base. I was obsessed with 1999 back in the day. It was that period when I started being like super interested in astronomy. So it kind of was what kind of thing. And one of the things, like everybody was going crazy with Star Wars and stuff like that back in the day. I wasn't. I actually hated Star Wars. But I was a huge fan of Battlestar Galactica. That was my thing. And I remember watching every single episode on Saturdays on one of the local stations and watch everything. And they had that Battlestar Galactica movie. It's like I watched everything back of that series also. Those were the things I would watch back in 78, 9, 1980, 81. 1999 I loved. Oh man, brings back a lot of... and of course, if I wanted to laugh, every time I came back from school. So when I came back from school in 1980, 79, 80, 81, one of the shows I was playing there all the time was Three's Company. I just turned on the TV and watched Three's Company, which was actually great. So Matthew Fernal, a lot of if you can find yourself, some cheap, like little TV antenna, they were great for FM because they were pretty much constructed in the same frequency ranges, like from the low VHF range to the UHF. But I think that would be the way to go. And you don't need to have amazing setups on FM. When the Sportic E-Skip gets in, I mean I got Florida Latino station on FM here in Montreal just with the telescopic on the little portable, and I was so amazed. London 19657, the day the Earth caught fire. Oh man. Oh man. RJ Dakota, one FM station locally used to have full albums on Sunday nights and used to tell you when to start that tape. Oh, that was cool. That was cool. Here we still have Shom FM 97.7 has they have one, I think it's called Vinyl Sundays or something. And they play songs only on vinyl. And they have every Sunday night, I think at 7 p.m., they play a full vinyl from the past. Usually when it's like, an anniversary of a specific album. Like when it was the 50th anniversary of Dark Side of the Moon. They played the full Dark Side of the Moon on vinyl on Sunday night. There's local artists here. I remember, I think 6 months ago, something like that, was a 50th anniversary of a local band called Harmonium, which had a big impact in the music here in Quebec. And they played the full first album from Harmonium in vinyl. And every Sunday night they have an album that they actually will feature. So, Oh, man. Mike WX50 says has the title streaming with the high quality FLAC songs. Yeah, that high quality for sure. Jerry Hart, some of the old songs don't sound the same without the crackling and static. And one of the things that I don't always agree on, you know, when they say that they remastered an album, I don't always agree that it necessarily sounds better. Sometimes I find that it's over processed. So I'm kind of, I'm not sure I want to have the remastered one. It's not always well done. It's like quickly done. You know, I call it a quick cash grab. They want to make money again off of something. Oh, we're going to remaster it, but it's done like in a cheap, quick way. It's like, that's like you're trying to do a cash grab. Hey, it's remastered. Yeah, what do? You passed it through a Commodore 64 or something? It's like, it's not always better. Mario DXer, thanks to YouTube, I am seeing 80s music videos I never saw back in the day. Oh, I'm grateful for that too. I was literally glued to my TV, to cable TV back in the day when music videos started. I mean, I was going nuts, and my friends would come over. I was the only one that had cable. And my friends were like, oh, what are you doing this weekend? Hey, how about we spend the weekend watching music videos? Okay. So they all come to my place, and we'd watch music videos and just hang out. And I mean, we'd do nothing. We'd just like talk and watch music videos and comment on all the artists. And I'm happy that YouTube has all of that today. It's so amazing and so cool. It happens sometimes when I get a little nostalgic. I want to go back to my teenage years. What I'll do is I'll just play a couple of 80s music videos I want to see. And I like YouTube because it will complete saying, well, okay, that's what you're looking for. So here's my playlist that I've created for you because I think that's what you're going to like. And I just let it go. And it's just like you get one of those great, 80s video music evenings just by letting YouTube do its job. And I find that kind of cool, actually. Jasmine, Bandcamp is also good to discover music, and the money goes right to the artist. That's a good thing because, let's face it, the big companies, YouTube Music. When I play a song on YouTube Music, I'm always like, I'm sorry that you get like nothing off of me playing your song. But it's sad. It changed, and the shift was major from one side to the other. We got ripped off by music. Because I'm sorry, but when I wanted to have some of my vinyls into CDs, I always thought, why do I have to pay again, for, and they would charge you a amazing amount of money. I mean, making a CD costs 10 cents. And now you're charging me $22 for an album? Are you nuts? And so for a long time, we got screwed by the music industry. And unfortunately, it went to the other side where now the artists are getting screwed by the music industry. Well, mostly by the big tech companies. Because it's not even the music industry that's the problem. It's the big tech companies like Apple. I'm sorry, but Apple was the major player, and screw you, I'm giving you this, and you better say yes. And everybody just had to sit down and say, well, I got no choice. It's either not making money or making some money, which will never be the amount of money I made before. Unfortunately, it's somewhere in the middle that it should have stopped. But it went from we're getting screwed to the artist is getting screwed directly. And there was never a middle ground into it. Jean Arrache, the thing with Chum is that it was an English station that had an audience comprised of 65% French-speaking people. The reason was simple. All the French stations had a 65% French music quota. Yeah, well, back in the day, I don't know if you remember, but Chum was a bilingual station. They went into playing francophone music. For those that don't understand what I'm talking here, Quebec is a very special place, and there's a lot of francophone music, and there are rules to the radio stations. Francophone stations need to play a high amount of francophone music. It is by law. They have no choice. But Anglo stations don't have that rule. They don't have to play Franco music. So if you're a big fan of Anglo music, even though you're Francophone, a lot of the Anglo stations were popular because you didn't have to listen to the Franco music. But Chum FM was very unique. They played Francophone music even though they didn't have to. And it paid off. They got a big audience, and still today get a big audience. Still today play some Francophone music. But there was a catch. Francophone stations didn't like that. Because Francophone stations said, why is an Anglo station playing Francophone music? It's taking people off of our radio station. And unfortunately, when the station was, and we can call it, it was a unique concept. Chum FM in 97.7 in the early 80s, we can say it was a bilingual radio station. Played Francophone music, Anglophone music. You even had the DJs sometimes talk French, yet their license is an Anglo station. And what happened is in the 80s, all the Francophone stations went to the CRTC and said, no, this isn't fair. They can do what they want, and we're stuck. So this got to stop. And the CRTC told Chum, no, you can't go bilingual the way you're going now. It's not allowed with your license. And I always thought, yeah, I get it. There could have been an adjustment, but darn, why can't a bilingual station exist? It should be possible. But it's the way it is in Quebec is complicated for that. It's you're Franco, you're Anglo. There's a lot of tensions with all of that, so it's always complicated. SW Signals says you don't even have to buy albums anymore. YouTube has complete albums from your favorite artists. Yeah, absolutely. You don't need to buy anything actually today. You can listen to any song from anyone without even paying a penny. Well, you are paying because you're paying internet, stuff like that. But, I mean, you don't have to buy anything anymore. Jerry Hart, 8 tracks sounded terrible. My first entry into music on a Sears, my father had purchased a Sears stereo system with a turntable, an 8-track cassette, 4-track cassette, the modern stuff from 1981. And when I started listening to music, I was hungry for music. And there was radio, but my brother was there. And my brother had a collection of albums, incredible albums. I started being a fan of Bruce Springsteen because my brother had the Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run album. I remember putting that on and being like, whoa, this is a game changer. This is amazing. And some of the stuff that I listened to, you guys are gonna laugh, but my first ever Pink Floyd listen when I was 11, 12, Wish You Were Here album on an 8-track cassette. Then you had a Rolling Stones Some Girls album, an 8-track cassette. Mad Friend Man, Earth Band, 8-track cassette. I would listen to that, but even then, I would notice it's like, man, 8-track is such a crappy format for music. RJ Dakota said I would always do research, find the best sounding cassettes. I bought a high-end cassette system and even had Dolby noise reduction. Yeah, I had a Walkman that I paid a fortune that had the Dolby noise reduction system built on it. So I could get some of those, play those cassettes and just switch it on, and or buy those high-end cassettes that, you know, are supposed to be like the top notch of, and I remember buying a tape deck that cost a fortune because it had all the technologies. It definitely was better, and I have to say I definitely was and sounded better. But the problem is, when you made your own cassettes, that was good. But let's face it, the cassettes we would buy at the store were all the cheap crap. Even any album you would buy on cassette, that wasn't the highest quality. It was a crappy quality. They just made them by millions, and it's like, no, yeah, okay. It sounds crappy. That was cool if you made your own mixed cassettes, for example. Rotten Animal. Do you want to see a Marconi that I worked on? Yes, I'd like to. Please do. It's a picture you have? Send it. I want to look. I want to watch it. I want to see it. Sorry. I want to see it. Do send. Do send. I'm just looking at. Okay, what else do we have? Bullet time. Codera, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. London 19657, thank you so much for donation for pizza and catnip. I actually bought some treats for Paul the cat today. So we'll put it towards that. Jim F., nice to have you here from Rhode Island. Jasmine, old space sci-fi, I think Star Trek Deep Space Nine is the best. And that's not even old stuff. That's fairly recent stuff. RJ Dakota, there's a documentary about Irwin Allen on YouTube. And yes, there was only one season of Time Tunnel. It had a huge budget, I heard. Wow. Well, Starbuck, Apollo, and the Cylons. Cylons or Cyclones? Cylons. And the Next Generation, so Jasmine. But you know what? When you look at the Star Trek stuff like the Next Generation and all of that, I have to admit, I've not watched much of it, but if you sit down and you have that in your face to watch, you know you'll be entertained and it's going to be fine. London, Space 1999. 54 Cal, Space 1999, I remember that. Love the original Outer Limits and Twilight Zones. Oh, yeah, those were great. Kevin says in the 80s he would always watch Charlie's Angels. I just thought as a younger man, Farrah Fawcett fell from the heavens. Yeah, Farrah Fawcett. She was one of those, like, you know, every man wanted to have in some way or fantasize in some way. Farrah Fawcett. Oh, man. What was the one? Oh, I had a friend that had a Bo Derek poster on his wall in his bedroom. It was like, yeah, I wonder what you're doing at night with that poster. IJ Dakota original version of the Outer Limits was best. Yeah, it was creepy. They were the I think the original ones were black and white, and they were like super creepy. Mike WX50, Suzanne Summers. Yeah, Suzanne Summers was also very, very, yeah, very, very sexy woman. Absolutely. Darren Rogers, back in '78, Battlestar Galactica was one of my favorite space shows. Hey, Keegan, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Hope you're well, my friend. Jasmine, I watched Battlestar Galactica, not the one from the '70s. Yeah, they had a remake of that. They made a remake of Battlestar Galactica. Absolutely. Craig Martinetti, Time Tunnel is in 20th Century Fox television broadcast on ABC, ran from one season of 30 episodes, 66 to 67. Jerry Hart, one day I got Grand Island, Nebraska FM in my car here in New York. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Mike WX50 remastered often is worse, just a money grab. Yeah, that's what I find most of the time. Okay, VT Radio, have a good dinner. Jerry Hart, Sunday afternoon, CILQ Toronto used to have Psychedelic Sunday. Jasmine, some metal albums they're remastered by doing drum replacement to give them more punch. King DXing, remember MTV when they still played only music? Yeah. Bowman's, do you remember UFO, British TV series in the early 70s? Wow. We didn't have a lot of British stuff here in Montreal or in Canada. Well, let's say in Quebec, because I can't say for the rest of Canada. We are a little different depending province to province. But there's not a lot of British. I'm trying to remember British stuff. And was the Saint British? I think it had Roger Moore in it, which is a British actor, I guess. But I can't remember a lot of British stuff here, unfortunately. You know, there's this divide between Europe and North America, and it's visible in music also, where European artists that I've never heard before, that are super popular in Europe, never made it to North America, and the other side is true too. I listened to this. I'd have to remember the name. So on my internet, my WFR 32 Saint-Jean internet radio, one of my presets is a German pop 80s music station. And the reason I have that station is I listened for one evening and I got hooked because it plays some of the 80s pop that everybody likes, but he plays tons of European pop that I swear I've never heard before and that is freaking good. So I like that because I'm discovering new artists and new people from the 80s pop music scene that were very popular in Europe but never made it here over the other side of the Atlantic. Al Winkinson, what's the best month to get eSkip? So eSkip, as the way we should put it, is that sporadic eSkip, which is a very peculiar and particular way of propagating signals, and this could reach very high frequencies. That's why, for those that don't know, FM, especially the bottom part of the FM band, 88 to maybe 90, 91, 92 megahertz, sometimes is in there, sometimes even more and even higher. One of the ways to know if it exists, if there's something happening, start tuning the CB Super Bowl frequency, 27025 or channel 6. So if you tune 27025 and there's full scale of CBers of skip, that means there's something happening, especially if it's dark, it's even more prevalent. And in the summer, there's some sporadic e-skip happening. So what happens is we're not sure totally of why e-skip happens, but e-skip happens, we think, with weather patterns, especially when it's very hot, when there's very big differences in weather, in temperatures and weather fronts. And what happens is these are very, very powerful ionized patches of ionosphere. They're very different. They're not due to the sun. They are very much created by the Earth's own weather systems, basically. And there are two periods that have more sporadic e-skip. One is, the most intense one is, you can say, May, June, July. These 3 months, that's where it happens the most in a year. And there's a small period in December, January that could happen also. But the one, May, June, and July, is the most powerful one usually. But don't think it's just that. It can happen anytime. You could have sporadic e-skip pop up tonight. It depends on what's happening with, thunderstorms, weather patterns, stuff like that. Usually if, you see that it's like there's a weather front, it's very hot, and they're going to, like, they're telling you that, well, in a day or two is going to be cooler. Well, that difference, that front that will make a difference, has a lot of thunderstorms. And we think that thunderstorms have one of the reasons why e-skip happens. I don't know if you guys have seen, a thunderstorm has, of course, the lightning, but it has what they call them sprites, which is kind of a reverse lightning that goes up. They think that those sprites that go up above the thunderstorms might be supercharging the ionosphere and create sporadic e-skip. So it can happen at any time, so you have to look at it at any time. But summer months are probably the best. And there's a website you can check, which is this website that I will just share with you guys. So there's a website that's called DX Maps. This has, if you look at the top, there's FMDX. I'm going to actually click FMDX here. This will give you an idea of if sporadic E is happening or not. So this is the best resource, and this is going to show you on the world map where it's happening and at what time. If you see that there's starting to be some lines of reception of stations, say 6 meters, you can check out. This is good for that too. Look at the 50 megahertz for a 6 meter band. And you can actually pin down a specific area. Like if I want, I can check North America here. This website is going to tell you when sporadic e-skip is happening. So if you see that, you click on FMDX on the top, on the list, and you see that in your area, there are red lines showing that stations from other parts of North America or anywhere in the world you are, there's something happening. Turn on your radio on the FM band and check it out, because there's a good chance that you'll hear something. So this is one of the best resources for that, honestly. Forget your life. Looks up the loudness war of early CD remastering. It was a nightmare. Yeah. I was always looking, when I got a CD player, I was always looking for something very specific. The digital recording to digital mastering to digital. So that, you knew that it was like everything's digital. Like, the Brothers in Arms album from Dire Straits was one of, if not the first, totally digital made album. it sounds great on a CD. But then again, there's all sorts of other things like the CD frequency range and everything. So there's always something. And in 1967 in London, we had 2 whole weeks with no ads and at all when MTV started. My WX50, I was glued to MTV, which when it first started, I even hooked the cable box to my stereo, which was so much better than TV speaker. Oh yeah. Yeah, the loudness war is a big thing with in electronic music, yeah. RJ Dakota, classic rock here on the weekend nights during radio prime time actually sounds like old classic Baker Street, complete with some of the old sound effects. Wow. Luna Loud Poppy Prescott, also History Channel used to be about history, now it's reality. Yeah. Madrio DXer, I miss the old MTV when they only played music videos. Yep. Yep. RJ Dakota, why is MTV still around? Shouldn't they be calling it something else by now? Yeah, definitely, because, I mean, it's not music television. It's like, I mean, when they started playing all these reality shows, I mean, come on. Come on. This is not what it was anymore. But it can't compete. It can't compete with YouTube. Why go watch a bunch of videos you don't want to see when on YouTube you'll have a complete list of what you want to hear and see videos? You know, I like not just the music. I like the visual aspect. It was fun. I loved music video because it was fun to also see your artist and see whatever video. I mean, some videos were really cheesy. It was like, I watched one yesterday. If you look at the video Young Turks from Rod Stewart, I mean, that video didn't cost a lot of money to do. It was like a bunch of people dancing around while he's on top of some, you know, cement structure in a rail yard or something. I mean, that video cost nothing to do. But still, some of those videos that didn't cost much, the energy in it is so high that it's like, yeah, it's cool. And there are some amazing videos in the 80s also. Some that were movies. I mean, it was like, whoa. I liked the mix. It was so fun to have the mix. Brian Penny, Martha Quinn was the best VJ. She's 65-year-old now. By the way, if you go on YouTube after my live show, there's you can see like the first there's a video was like the first few hours of MTV, and you will see what the first few hours of MTV looked like. Man, they are so, and this is what I find funny. It's so amateurish. It's like, wow, it was like, I was surprised at how it was just like, it almost like if I just, you know, would do a music video show here and do it my own way. It was like, there's a kind of a basic to it that there's nothing, it didn't seem that professional actually. Mark NO5S from Oklahoma. Nice to have you here. Jim Gordon. As an old Elvis fan, I have over the years had to suffer continuous reissues of the same tracks. The record companies ain't nothing but hound dogs. Yep. Definitely. And I mean, you know, it's like we need one best, you know, like the all the albums that they made were like, you know, like the best of the Doors. Yeah, we don't need 8 the best of the Doors. The first one should have been the best of the Doors. Why have 8 the best of the Doors? Nonsense. King and DXer, MTV, VH1, CMT for the country, not sticking only in music like before. Yeah, definitely they should change it. It's not the same thing anymore. London 19657, D-cells just ran out of my boombox in the park as the sun goes down. The Learning Channel doesn't live up to its name anymore. Yeah. Things have changed so much. Tim Smith, Habs in Toronto tonight. Yeah. People here in Montreal are starting to get hyped up with the Habs. Boyd Mason Lake. I still listen to CD with Tube Gear. London 19657, hard to please the French. It's hard to please anybody, not just the French, Anglo also. Jean Arrache, when Champ played Franco music, they played the good stuff. Yep. What was nice about Champ playing Franco music also is that it introduced what no Anglo was listening to. It introduced tons of Franco artists that Anglo people in Quebec actually loved because of them, which was cool. Jasmine, when you hear a song from a CD on a streaming service, it's not playing from a CD master. Narage Station even had Claude Rajot. Yep, that was funny. The guy spoke English like a Spanish cow, but he was an expert in alternative music. Yeah. I mean, that was cool. That was the good old days of Showman FM. Radio DXer in the 80s, recording music off the radio is how we downloaded MP3s and taping music. Videos from the TV was like downloading from YouTube. Yep. I have here 10 6-hour video cassettes of music videos taped from Much Music, which was a Canadian MTV, and Musique Plus, the Quebec version MTV, and all the shows that were on TV stations over time playing music videos. I need to get that out. I still have a couple of VCRs at work. That'd be fun to watch. So Codera, thank you so much for the tip. Skipwave DX had the soundtrack of Shaft on 8-track. Oh God. Oh God. Oh man. Reel to reels. I have a friend that went nuts with reel to reels. He had everything on reel to reels. Picture sent. Run animal. So let's check that out. Here we go. Marconi switch. Well, look at that. That's one of the first Marconi switch pictures that our friend Rotten Animal has sent. Look at that. And here's the Marconi on the cover of it. That's pretty cool. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. So the Marconi switch is an ATM switch. It's a asynchronous transfer mode switch, third level communication technology, and it's something like frame relay, but instead of it being frame technology, it's cell technology. So kind of cool. Kind of cool. Thanks for sharing. Much appreciated, my friend. So, go. King Martinetti dancing in the dark. Yeah, that video. Where he picks up, and when he picks up that girl in the video is a well-known actress. I forgot her name, but She wasn't really known back then. RJ Dakota used that tape deck to record music from vinyl records to CD. Many recordings made from our local library. Remember recording all kinds of stuff for friends in the neighborhood. Blogger that I was just digitizing from vinyl this week. Shortly thereafter, YouTube showed me an ad for tape compression devices. Yeah, that's the way it works. Craig Martinetti. Yeah, I saw Pink Floyd in concert twice, in 88 and in 94, 5. Great concerts. Deep Space Nine is 30 years old. It's old. Hey, I got the original Star Trek, which we were playing when I was young. That's old. From the 60s. You know what was RGA Dakota that I find over time with like when we move on in a series like Star Trek The Next Generation is that it reflects also our society. And I'll give the same thing with a cartoon. When you look at the original Scooby-Doo and you look at Scooby-Doo's made in the 80s, 90s, they reflect that we are less stupid and dumb. They actually are more intelligent in the storyline. Because when you look at the originals, you're like, just look at Star Trek from the 60s. Storylines are not that great. We loved it back in the day, but you know what? The original Star Treks from the 60s are a little stupid in a way, It's like, yeah, okay. TV Radio 72. Nice to have you here. Turn on my CC Pocket Radio. Jasmine. Well, no, the original series of Star Trek is from the 60s, not the 80s. So that's, if you look at Star Trek, original series was made. So the Star Trek original series were made from 1966 to 1968, then 1968 to 69. And the budget per episode was $185,000, which is still a lot of money for today. I gotta say. Oh yeah, The Prisoner. I remember that, The Prisoner. I remember something like that with The Prisoner. Blogger Die. Yeah. The Saint was British, yeah. Planet 003, Space 1999. Yeah, I love that thing. Although today, that was British too, absolutely. Space 1999 was British, yeah. Doctor Who, yes. Mad Radio DXer. I forgot about that, but Doctor Who was definitely a popular show here in Canada too. David in Barcelona, Spain, nice to have you on board. What was that British TV series with Patrick Macnee and Diana Rigg? Yeah, the Saint. Roger Moore was in there. I'm pretty sure. He was the Saint. Jasmine says that happens less today. Most popular British music gets popular here. No, it's still a big divide. go and listen to UK stations or UK streaming and European in general and the type that you like, it ain't coming here. A lot of it isn't coming here. There are some, but it's still the same big divide that a lot of it is not. A lot of it is not. Bowman says, yeah, the Saint, yes. Randall and Korpic, deceased. The Avengers. Wow. Heather Locklear. Oh, yeah. The Invaders. Oh, yeah. Who remembers the show V? I've got it on DVD here. I got a whole series on DVD here. That was like an 80s show. Late 70s, early 80s. With Diana. You know, they eat rats. And they're trying to invade the planet. Oh, man. Craig Martinetti, Melrose Place. Jeff King, Johnny Halliday. Yeah. Oh, man, all these names. All these names. Dang. Pretty crazy, eh? Ron Weitenheimer, Coronation Street was the only UK show I remember on CBC. TV Radio 72 says I usually get FM E-skip between May and July, but I actually got a couple of E-skips this past January. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. People like you and me, Jasmine, they you set an account and you go and say what you're hearing and what and so there's quite a lot of people there. So if there's something happening, it pops up almost real time, honestly. Brighton Weidenheimer says looking forward to 6 meters this spring. Build a 2-element Yagi. I'm ready. I need to get some better antenna for 6 meters, honestly, because my end fed isn't good on 6, and I made contacts on 6 meters with the Yaesu here because I can do 6 meters. I've even made a contact all the way down to Chile last summer, which isn't bad, but when I look at the 6 meter clusters, I noticed that I miss out on a lot of stuff. Like I've never made a contact on 6 meters with Europe. Yet when I looked at clusters, when 6 meters is really open, I see stations around me making contacts with European stations. So I want to do that. I need to have a better 6 meter antenna. Definitely. Mike WX50, Brothers in Arms is considered an audiophile demo album. So yeah, Brothers in Arms, a great album too. I bought it on CD. So I got my first hi-fi sound system in 1990. And you know why I know the year too is I was looking at my credit report to make sure everything's all right, and I looked at the date that it was created, and it said April 6th, 1990. And there's a reason for that April 6th, 1990 it was created, is because I purchased my first high-end hi-fi system on a credit plan. You know, you pay like 12 payments in a year. So it was my first ever inscription of a credit info on my credit report. So when I see today that my credit report was created on April 6, 1990, it's like, oh yeah, when I purchased my first hi-fi system and paid over a year in monthly payments. Old radios, how do I know if they are videos I don't want to see if I'm not randomly exposed to it. How do I know if they are videos I don't want to see? What do you mean exactly? Madrid DXer, Carly Simon's Why looked like it cost a few cents to make. A shame for such a great song. Yeah. Yeah, Thriller was that, and it was a movie. Thriller was a movie. That, and I still remember when I saw Duran Duran Wild Boys. That thing is a movie in its own. It's an amazing video. Yeah, all the big MTV and all the big music video channels were all cable. Here in Canada too, Much Music was definitely cable. Jasmine, now people use AI like Runaway to make movie-like music videos. Yeah, and today's music videos is like you got to be naked or something because they're like all naked people. It's like, yeah, go back and watch the old videos. They didn't need to be naked to be popular. Matter with the Extra, I have not seen cable for 15 years, as that was when I started downloading movies, streaming. Courtney Fox, old radios, yeah. Courtney Cox. Courtney Cox the Fox? Maybe it wasn't an autocorrect. My WX50, you can't start a fire. You can't start a fire with a spark. Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was good. I remember well, that Born in the USA album is also a great album from Springsteen. Like I have over 400 DVDs of off-air recordings from cable. I haven't watched much, but a few. Just watched the rebirth of Mothra 2. Wow. Hey, Radio for Peace International, or FBI, nice to have you on board. Oh, the man from Uncle, yeah, I remember that. So I mean that when you saw Star Trek, the original series in the 80s, it was 20 years old, and you probably thought that was old. Oh, yeah. Okay, I get it. Yeah, definitely. That was old. All those shows were old for back then, absolutely. I get what she's saying. And, I know 30 years is 30 years. It's a long way back. Hubert, Claude Rachot animait le cimetière des CDs graveyards, and had no pity for CDs he didn't like. Yeah, the first ever music video show I've ever seen in my life was on the, on cable. There was this like public cable channel or something from Videotron. And the communautaire, the station, like the TV communautaire, it was 1981-ish too. And I was going through my cable channels, the Gerald remote that does clack, 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 clack on every button. And I came across Claude Rajot for the first time in my life. I didn't know who he was. And the first video that he played, which was White Wedding by Billy Idol. And I have that recorded here on one of my VHS tapes. And so we were maybe in 84, since the VHS I think came in 84 on that was before any Canadian music channels before anything. He was like this avant-garde guy doing music videos, but not the standard music videos. You would not see a, Michael Jackson thing there. You'd see stuff that was a little out there, like Billy Idol. Yeah, Jerry Hart. Actually, the original Star Trek became popular much later. Absolutely, absolutely. Back then, it was not. Bruce Cobra at 9BH. Nice to have you on board. Let's not forget Lost in Space. Yep, we mentioned that. So it's called the Avengers. Okay. Because, I have a hard time with the English names sometimes of shows. For one other thing is that often the shows that I watch, which were the ones we're talking of, oftentimes I would see them on French language TV, which had different names for the shows. So sometimes we're talking the same show, I just don't know the English name to the series. I know the French name to the series. Andrew DXer, I like listening to US stations as they play songs that were never popular in the UK. Yeah, and then the other thing is the reverse is true too. Also, King and DXer, originally I heard Mexican FM stations via eSkip playing popular songs in English. King and DXer, like Beatles, Tommy Two Tone, or the Cranberries. Jasmine, times change, though. People don't have hang-ups about bodies. Oh man, that was even before Madonna, Jasmine. There was this thing about, I don't know, guys having posters of some sexy woman in their bedrooms back then. We don't see that today. We see people having, I guess young. I don't know. I don't even know. It's like, I'd like to be immersed in a bunch of young teenagers today to see what it's like and how they live and what their bedroom looks like. Do you have posters on your wall? Do you have, are you a fan of something that I'd like to see that. I'd like to kind of, see what it's like to be a teenager today, basically. Because I'm not there. Oh, for sure. I mean, Madonna. I don't think the young generation today maybe know Madonna songs because she was so popular, but Madonna is not it's not what they consume. They're not going to go and get a Madonna song per se. One of the great examples of that is there's a React channel on YouTube, and they have like millennials, Gen Z, reacting to songs from the past. And it's interesting because it lets me see, okay, what do you know, what you don't know. It's interesting to see that a lot of the songs they know, their artists, they have no idea. And even Madonna, they will hear a Madonna song and they'll say, well, yeah, I know that song. But they might not be able to pinpoint it's Madonna. They don't know the artist anymore. It's very interesting. I guess smart with phone built intro, yeah. Oh, Cheap Trick. I saw Cheap Trick. I saw Cheap Trick in last year with Rod Stewart. Craig Martinetti. King DXer. I heard a cheap trick from that 70s show for the show's theme song. Craig Martinetti saw Steve Perry in concert. Journey. Wow. Bowman saw Queen live. That's cool. Must have been great. WZFR1 Biker Perry says, I remember watching Lost in Space when it was in black and white. King of the Xer, some Seinfeld episode introduced me to bands, artists like Earth, Wind and Fire, Sheena Easton, Petula Clark, Green Day. Yeah. Petula Clark. I have here albums, vinyl albums from my mother that I've never thrown away. That are like the top hits of 1950, 51, 52, 53. And I always want to take out my turntable and kind of like go and put them on and see, wow, let's listen to this. What was the top hits of 51? And I got a lot of these albums here, actually. Petula Clark is actually great. She actually came to Montreal. She was interviewed on TV. She came to Montreal for concerts. Petula Clark, I think it was last year. And I was like, wow, she's still alive. Jasmine, that even happens when British shows get shown in the US. They change the names. Yeah. $54 Cal, yeah, Friday Night Videos. We had a show called Friday Night Videos here in Canada on the CBC. I would come home from school, and at 4:30, we had a show called Video Hits. It was a 30-minute show with music videos every afternoon. I'd come home from school and just put that on. Jasmine, no posters here on my wall. I doubt teens put posters on walls. No, I'm not sure. I think that I wouldn't be surprised that's still a thing for some. Because it doesn't mean you don't have posters, that it's not a thing. It's pretty surprising. I know that, like, my nephew is 30, and I know he often had posters, but posters of not necessarily somebody, but it could be, like in this case, it could be Pokemon posters or stuff like that. N3WER Ham Radio Elmer, nice to have you here. I'm sure you remember my nude Japan QSL cards. Okay. I had a joke on my Facebook group, my personal Facebook wall this week, because I got an email that said that I've been filmed and that they have several naked videos and pictures of me, and that if I don't send $1,000 in ransom, they'll post them all over my Facebook wall. So I posted in my wall. I said, well, I guess I didn't pay the ransom, so I hope you enjoyed the pictures and the videos. Oh, God. Jeff King, there's a lot of those younger generation react to music. Yeah, I like that. I like also those that react, like, you'll see a hip-hop type guy that's going to react to rock music. And he's like, it's fun to see their reactions, what they think about those old songs. I find it cool to watch those. Andrew, finally got my PL330 yesterday, picked up North Korean station and RNZI in the morning of the whip. Very cool. Next time I'll use my Pixel Nod translator to see what NK is going to do to me. You will be transformed instantly into the perfect communist, Andrew. Jasmine, I think posters on the wall probably was only a thing before smartphones. No, not necessarily. J'en arrache puis tout la claque. Oh, God. Old radios. I saw posters on friends' walls in the early 2000s. Oh man. So I have 78 albums on my mother's with 40s music. I've got a few of them 78s here. Absolutely. I got a few of those. Ever noticed how the vinyl albums from the 50s and 60s are so thick and heavy compared to the cheap, very thin vinyls of today? It's just amazing. Keegan DXer says, I save most, if not all, of my CDs of my dad's album collection, classics from the 50s to 80s, at least. Yeah, there's a lot of YouTubers with posters. That I've seen that. Yeah, yeah, but not music. It'll be like you're saying. It's like anime or yeah, stuff like that. It's like a different style of posters. John Arash never totally rejected the music my parents were listening to when I was young. Some good stuff. You know, a lot of this stuff our parents listen to. Hey, Matt, MTK2, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. A lot of the music from the past that our parents would listen to when we were young, we didn't like it, or we pretend we didn't like it. But today you hear one of those songs and it's like, oh, it'll remind you one moment of, for me, that with my mom is Barbara Streisand. If I hear a Barbara Streisand song, it immediately strikes me as, my mom and a moment with my mom or something like that. Stuff like that. She at Christmas time. I'm a sucker for Christmas music, but not the modern one. I'm a sucker for Christmas music from the past. Andy Williams, Johnny Mathis, Doris Day, whatever. All of that. Bing Crosby. It's that's what I like. It's what my mom was listening to when I was young. So my Christmas feel, snow, Christmas tree, making donuts. I make donuts at the Christmas season. I like that. And I got to put those on. It's we have these things that just go back in time, and that today it's kind of cool. Jerry Hart, 78 RPM records were very brittle, broke easily. Yeah. WF Sami Brew, I have had the same stupid phishing emails about nude videos. I don't know how they have videos of me, but it ain't me. Wonder if anyone falls for that. They must, because they're still around and they've been around for a long time. So, Planet 003, modern day poster, smartphone screensaver. Old radios, I was one of those who pretended I didn't like it, but I wanted my own music taste too. Yeah, of course, but we had our own music taste too, honestly. So, Oh yeah, Andrew, good rockin' tonight and Friday night videos. Absolutely. Many 78 RPM records were made from shellac, solidify, which made them like glass, very brittle, broke instantly. Old radios, when I started collecting old records is when I really started to appreciate lots of obscure old music. Jasmine, it's not Christmas until All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey is played everywhere. Yeah, well, that's not one of the songs I listen to. I can tell you that. And I will admit, I am guilty of a change of heart. I always hated Wham. Wham, I just could not stand. I could not listen. I just couldn't care until I watched the Netflix Wham documentary. And now I gotta admit, I did accept the Wham Christmas song in my list of favorites now. I'm sorry. So, Nat King Cole, Bert, that's like, Last Christmas, London, 19657. Yep. It's like, yeah, okay. I don't know, somehow that documentary kind of showed me a different side of, all of it. But I remember as a teenager, it was like, wham, oh, please. My favorite moment, me and one of my friends, my best friends, we were always like sharing music and stuff. And, we were always joking around on things he didn't like that I have and things he has that I didn't like. So one day he looks at me and says, that new Sting album, the Dream of the Blue Turtles that came out, that new Sting album stinks. And I said, I'm sorry, but I cannot accept criticism from somebody that likes Katrina and the Waves. And that was always our joke. I was like, sorry. So, there are things like that. That's like, yeah, okay. Matt says, Last Christmas, one of my foreboding Christmas songs. Just got way overexposed to it. Yeah, I know. But I don't know why. Boyd Mason Lake Midnight Special had great live music with Wolfman Jack. Homebrew, WSI Homebrew. Gentleman, the one who hated Duran Duran with a passion. No, I always liked Duran Duran. It's like, I'm okay with Duran Duran. I love Duran Duran. There are things like that you just like, you don't, I don't know why, it doesn't connect. So when I got inundated with that, that what Wham happened, and it was like, wake me up before you go. Oh, please, I can't. That I still can't. And will tune away, or or if I'm ever stuck in a prison and they play, wake me up before you go. I have to break the radio. I'm sorry. I'll break the radio. Ah, God. Bowman's, you're talking about big band sounds. And that is still today one of the souvenirs I had from when my mom in the 80s. So without going into details, because I went into these details in the past, it was very complicated teenage years. And my parents were very complicated people. But from time to time, you had that little bonding moment that worked. And hot summer night, July or August, nothing to do. I got a radio, and my radio, portable radio, I think it was my boombox. Tuning around at night, maybe it's 11 p.m. My mom's outside on the balcony because she can't sleep. It's just too hot in the house. We didn't have air conditioning. And I also had on the balcony because I just can't. It's too hot in the house. But it's summer, I'm in my summer vacation from school. And I get on 1130 kilohertz, which was WNEW. And it was big band music back in the day, in the 80s. And my mom says, oh, I like that. And I remember just leaving the radio on and having a conversation with my mom. A rare conversation. But it was kind of a cool moment. We're outside on the balcony. It's really hot. I remember back in the day it was a thing. I don't know why. I don't know if you guys can witness to that. For some reason, I don't know. It's because there was nothing else to do in the home. It seemed like everybody was sitting on its balcony outside in the warm summer nights in the 80s. So we were on the balcony, and I remember the neighbors on the other side of the street were all on their balconies, talking, just, being there, enjoying the summer night. And probably all, like us, just can't sleep because it's too hot in the house. And, I have this picture in my mind. And talking with my mom and big band music playing on 1130 New York. And just, it's kind of, a mother-son moment. Where it's like, I didn't hate the music. I didn't necessarily like it. But it was like, my mom's happy. My mom's happy. I'll leave it there. It's cool. I'm okay with that. Some of the souvenirs sometimes. Maybe that souvenir, I would say, from 84 or 85, somewhere there. I was a teenager, but I was getting, maybe 84. Something like that. I remember she was listening, and it was just great. Just great, She would tell me the artists. She would tell me, oh, that's that artist and that artist. Benny, what is it, Benny Goodman? I was like, oh, yeah, okay. Old radios, the worst Christmas song is Officially Christmas by Dan and Shay that played that crap over my store over and over. Oh, man. Andrew the DXer, I cringe at listening to Walking on Sunshine by Katrina and the Waves showed not all 80s music was great. Oh yeah. So that was my joke to my best friend all the time. It's like, I'm sorry, somebody that likes Walking on Sunshine cannot comment on other people's musical tastes. Oh God. That was something. Jasmine, you were not the target of that song, Jill. Yeah, I don't know. It's just... there are things that happen like that. It's like, there are songs you just hate. And you just hate. It's like, there's some kind of... Oof. My WX50, I have to tune away from Sheena Easton morning. My baby took the morning train. They played it virtually nonstop. Yeah, there are stations like that. Absolutely. Stephen Harper, are you the real prime minister? Stephen Harper, give me the band Rush any day. Yeah, Rush was popular. Man. Oh God. Matt says no air conditioning in Montreal is a violation of Geneva Conventions. Oh, you bet. You bet. It's tropical in Montreal at that time. But back in the day, almost no one had air conditioning. I remember sleeping. I remember taking all my bed sheets and putting them on the balcony and just sleeping on the balcony outside in the summertime when I was a teenager, because it's just too freaking hot in the summer. And I had these earphones with that spring cord, the ones from Radio Shack that were mono, because if you had I had the DX302 back in the day, so to listen to anything on both ears you had to have the mono one. So I bought those big earphones that were mono, put it and just extended that spring cord as much as I can to be on the balcony. And I'd be lying down on the balcony makeshift bed because it was too hot, and listening to Radio Australia. It's one of those stories. My WX-15. Yeah, there's a lot of bands that are underrated. A lot of bands are underrated. Definitely. In the 80s. Darren Rogers, speaking of all this music talk, you are making think that one of almost of all the music stations on shortwave bands was, Radio Luxembourg Station 090 was pretty much a music station. WRNO, Rock of the World, music station. You know. Craig Martinetti, Love Miami Vice, the original Hawaii 5. Oh God. I still have that song, the da 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 da. And it brings me back. Hawaii 5-0 brings me back to when we would go to Uncle's, and I would bring my radios. I was a real geek, bizarre geek, for probably most of them. But for a while, one of the things we would do regularly is, so I could stay home. I mean, starting about 12 years old. I mean, 11, 12. My parents were like, if you want to stay home. But there was one time that I would never stay home. So when we'd go to Quebec City, we would go to my uncle in Quebec City. And my aunt, she was so freaking cool. She was like, you're coming here? Well, you know what? I've got stuff for you. She made me like Jello cups. She had a box of candy. She said, that's all for you. Because I find it so much fun. I'm so happy to see you. So I would never go anywhere. But when we would go to Quebec City, I was like, oh, I'll go to Quebec City. I'm going to get my Jello cups. I'm going to get my candies. It's like, yeah, sure. Let's go. And but I would take I remember taking my DX100 in 82, 83. Packing it up. It's like, yeah, you're coming with me with Quebec City. And I would hook it up there, put a piece of wire, and listen to shortwave on my earphones. And my box of candy. Man, those are good souvenirs. My box of candy. And just enjoying life. It was so much fun. Matt says, yeah, everyone went outside because few people had AC, especially at night. Yeah, back then AC cost a fortune. I mean, it's when AC started being built in China that we started buying them because they were cheap. Because back then, nobody had air conditioning. No one. I probably could, in the whole street, put people with air conditioning in using the fingers of one hand. We have some homebrew. My front porch in the 80s was in Phoenix and well into the hundreds in the summer, so not fun. A fun place to gang out. Yeah, in the daytime. We're talking nighttime here. In the nighttime, and the daytime would stay in because the heat inside was still less than the heat outside. Because I can tell you, Montreal's in the 90s to the mid 90s, easily, and many days in the summer months. So I can tell you, it's surprising. Spend a whole summer in Montreal without air conditioning. You're going to say, well, I don't want to do that again. I got this big air conditioning here for a reason. It's like, no, I don't want to do that again. Today it's like, no, I'm not going to go back to the days of I have no air conditioning. But, that's the way it was. Oh, God. Hey, Paul, welcome back. But, oh, man. Yeah, London 19657 experience. Fudge buckets. I like that one. Matt says the 80s had far worse songs than Walking on Sunshine. You spin me right round, round, round. Yeah, I know. Oh, please, Disco Duck. Jerry Hart, Disco Duck. I can't. That was more 70s, though. Matt says that said there were much better music too. Oh yeah, there was great songs too. Stephen Harper and Law, no, but I did create problems for me traveling in Ontario a few years ago. I guess with that name, those that don't know, Stephen Harper was a once in a time, at some point in life, a Prime Minister of Canada. Oh yeah, I love too, Craig Martinetti. I always thought it was like the Hawaii 5-0 team, and Miami Vice also was very, you know, yeah. Oh yeah, Mad Reader DXer. That one, it was banned in so many places. With Reagan and Chernenko fighting, and I remember seeing that video. I remember that time when, what is it? Is Reagan? Who bites the ear off of who? Is it Chernenko that rips off an ear from Reagan or something? But I mean that I remember I saw the video, and here in Canada, it never played again because it was banned. And I was like, what? Aren't we allowed to see reality? It's like Girls on Film. If anybody have seen Girls on Film, original video from Duran Duran, it was banned in an instant. Too sexy. Girls in like very light, dressed up very light in skating. I mean, come on. In roller skates. The Mike WX50 got a Radio Luxembourg Curacao. One of my favorites. Radio towers with a lion type logo. Craig Martin Denti, Art Castle, and McCormick loved the song. You know, one song that I liked from that was kind of a critical song in the 80s. Paul Ardcastle, the song 19. That was great. It was like, yep, it's a criticism to, just like Born in the USA. Born in the USA from Bruce Springsteen. What is it? It's a, critical song against the United States of America. There was some interesting songs back then. Paul Ardcastle 19 is about the Vietnam War. SWAT Cats, my all-time favorite song from the decade of the 80s is A Flock of Seagulls That Ran So Far Away. September of 1999, I saw them in concert in Waterloo Park. That song in concert must sound amazing. It's one of the songs I sing at karaoke regularly, actually. I love that songs. WSI Homebrew, I love the intro and team music to Hawaii 5-0, but I never watched the show either. Dr. Arshid Joshi, nice to have you from New Delhi. Welcome aboard from India. It's nice to have you here. Hope you are doing great also in your part of the world, my friend. Much appreciated to have you here. David in Barcelona doesn't dislike walking on sunshine. Several stations still playing 70s to 2010 music in FM Spain. I might have heard the song hundreds of times. I still enjoy them all. Bob's Old Record, Kimberly Rue, guitarist on Katrina and the Waves, was a member of the Soft Boys, which was a fantastic band in the 70s. Jerry Hart, the old Hawaii 5-0 is better than the new one. London 19657. I'm a Brit that lived in America for 22 years. Nobody has ever heard of Status Quo. Oh, I've heard of Status Quo. I know that band. I have heard Status Quo. Yes, I did. And what else do we have? Talking of, there was something that came to mind with what I just read, and I wanted to share. Don't dislike music. Yeah. Bob's Old Records made me remember. The drummer from Blondie died this week. Blondie is a band that I actually really love. Deborah Harry is great. She came to. I saw her at the Jazz Fest here doing some amazing stuff. And I've always been a big fan of Blondie. Actually, every time somebody tells me if you have one of the great souvenirs of a summer school vacation in your childhood, I always say, oh, 1980, 81 ish, and being in the park, and somebody has a boombox, and Call Me is playing. It's like hot summer day. There's a breeze in my face, and Call Me is just like, wow, I'm in heaven for a moment. It's just the most beautiful day, enjoying life. Good. Yeah, that is the worst part of things in Montreal. So you guys don't know, but Montreal, a lot of you don't know, Montreal's an island. And when it's hot in the summer, humidity is like super high. It's Florida. Every time somebody asks me, it's like, what's Montreal in July? Florida. Humidity, hot. It's Florida. So it's like you get the humidity that's in there that adds to the very uncomfortable freaking moments of our summer. You know, everybody tells me all the time, it's like, oh, I can't wait for summer. And I always reply back, I don't want to have summer, please. Let's jump over it and go back to September. Because I am one of those that just can't stand the heat. And unless I'm at the beach, unless I have a swimming pool, no, it's too hot. And Matt knows what he's talking about because he's been here at one point in his life and lived through it. And he knows what it looks like. He knows what it feels like. Uh, Michael, nice to have you here. Yeah, better late than never. You know, Jasmine is younger and has her way of seeing things, which is balancing out all the stuff. London 19657 says, not everybody's right 100%. Jasmine isn't right 100%. I am not right 100%. But a mix of all of this together makes us kind of reflect upon exactly what is the reality of the world around us. And that's what we got to accept. We need to have all of that. Younger people telling us, you know, some 20-year-old telling me, well, I think this is not the way it is, like you're saying it. And yeah, well, you're younger. You have a different view. You have a different way of seeing the world around you, and maybe the radioscape around you. You know, there are things I know. I know that young generation don't really listen to the radio. I'm not, I'm not blind. I can see it. I mean, if it was not for me, my nephew that's 30 would never have had a radio. But he discovered BBC World Service through me and NPR because I said, there's this that you can listen to. And of course, you can listen to it on the internet if you want to. But I think he kind of finds it cool to listen to it to a radio. So, it's a mix of all of this. All of this. Jasmine, spin me around in two shires. Hey, awesome 80s songs. Dave Newmeyer, N0KM, nice to have you here. We are lucky that swamp coolers work here. Low humidity. Oh, man. Man without hats, safety dance. And you can dance, you can dance. Well, they're from Montreal, by the way, so it's like, that's a great band. You know, a band that's forgotten, and I would like, there's a poll. I'm sorry, guys, we're not that much radio tonight, but I find it super fascinating where we're going. Who remembers, and I want to know of all the people here, because a lot of people are from the US and UK, I will name a band that has disappeared from everywhere, even here in their own little spot where it all started. There was a band called Lime, and they had huge hits. They had Your Love, and they had what is Guilty. They had quite a few. These were very dance music hits, but Lime hits. So Your Love, Unexpected Lover, Guilty. Who, Babe, We're Gonna Love Tonight. So those are a Montreal band. A Montreal band. But that make it really big at some point. And I'd be curious to know who exactly knows who Lime is and the songs that they actually had as a big success. Because even in radio here in Montreal and in Quebec, nobody plays that anymore. You know, I play that because I go on YouTube and I want to hear them. But nobody plays that. They kind of disappear forever from everywhere, basically. Blogger Die, well, I'm not planning on doing anything 20 years from now. 20 years from now, I'll be 76. I don't even know if I'm still going to be alive. And if I am, will I still be doing live shows? And 20 years from now, I'm going to be like, oh, I always wondered if I'd still be here doing live shows. Craig Martinetti, Walk of Life, Dire Straits, yeah. The Boxer Guy, London 19657. Jasmine, You Spin Me Around is directly responsible for a genre in the early thousands called electroclash. Oh, Craig Martinetti, I love Kiss on My List. Kiss on My List is one of those songs that I just freaking love. London 1967 says, too sexy for my shirt, too sexy for my shirt, too sexy it hurts. Dixie's Midnight Runners, Come On Eileen, yeah. And that's a big, big hit. Matter of the Exer, Regan bit Chernenko's ear off. And talking of band videos, the BBC were here in the UK banned Undercover of the Night by the Rolling Stones because they said it made violence frivolous. Really? I didn't know that. Undercover of the Night was banned in the UK. You know, when we talk about free speech, and we are always kind of being sent to this area where free speech, we're supposed to be living in a society, you know, where bans shouldn't be, because we're supposed to be in free speech. In the 80s, there was bans on stuff. I mean, even here in Canada, a ban on two trams. Why? Why do you ban that? I don't understand. You don't like it? It's like, you know, the movie The Day After. How many places banned that? Why did you ban it? You don't like the fact that we now understand that a nuclear war is going to kill us all? It's crazy. But you see it afterwards. You don't see it as it happens. Afterwards, you're like, whoa. Now, I understand that, okay, I was not living in that perfect world that I thought of. we're living in a world that's a little distorted, and that some people decide what we'll see. And we've always been, even in the best democracies, the one that were the most open in the world, had moments where they thought, let's ban something. You know? It's crazy when you think about it. On Raiders Mars, but pump the volume. I'm going to try to go down a little faster now because I'm wow, 6:54. I'm an hour behind. I'm going to go faster. No, I'm not an hour behind. No, I'm just 10 minutes behind. Okay, I'm okay. I thought it was worse than that. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here. Oh, Blondie, I love Blondie. Yeah, Sweatcats. I was looking for the name, Clem Burke. I mean, Blondie for me was one of those bands that was just amazing. Sweatcats team from the Greatest American Era, believe it or not, by Joyce Carberry. Yep. Oh yeah, Blondie had some great tunes. One that was a very summer thing that I loved was like, "The tide is high and I won't give up. I'm gonna be your number one." I don't sing too long because YouTube cracks down fast. Steve Burnham, I don't like Another One Bites the Dust by Queen because of being in a homeless shelter for years. Yeah, you know what, Steve? There are songs and there are things. We all have a different life. We all have a very complicated life. I have a story from today, actually. Somebody asked me why I gave a woman that is asking for money for, I mean, I think she's been there for at least a year and a half. She waits for, to give her some money and stuff. I rarely give money. What usually I do is like, do you want to have something? She hangs out in front of the dollar store. So I was like, can I buy you something at the dollar store you would like to have? So sometimes she says, well, I'd like a bag of chips or stuff. I'll do that. Usually that's what I will do. Like, oh, you want a bag of chips? No problem. But sometimes, I got change. I was like, yeah, okay. And today somebody asked me and says, why are you giving money to that woman? And I said, you know what? We don't know the life of anyone. She's a 50-ish, from my point of view, woman. When you talk to her, because I do talk to her, you see that something's wrong. And, and I said, why not if I can help somebody that maybe has a harder time in life than I do? I mean, how do you consider being someone that has a hard time in life when you built this, did videos on YouTube? It's like, no, I'm not the one that has the hardest time in life, personally. Honestly, no. But not everybody is in the same place. Some people have a hard time, and why not? I'm okay with that. So what you're saying, Steve, you know what? I understand, because a song can trigger a moment in life. I've got a couple that I will not mention because they are too rough, and I don't want to go there. But I've got a couple that do that to me, and I'm like, yeah, okay, let's not go there. But I totally understand what you're saying. We might not like a song because It brings us back into some moment in life we just don't want to be in. Old radio's a winter aider, and that's fine. You know what? Also, there's another thing that I gotta say. As we get older, I have to say winters are more difficult, and weather has changed over the last years. We have a lot more of ice storms and stuff like that. As you get older, you don't want to break a bone, so it's like, yeah, it's a little rougher. That's why we have snowbirds that go to Florida from Canada. It's because they just don't want to live through the winter. But I'm okay with that. I'm fine with the winter in Canada, actually. I'm happy with the winter in Canada. Sweatcats. Blondie has already had 3 studio albums under the belt before people here in America heard about them. 54 cal, spun Blondie on my Fisher Price turntable. Out of glass. Oh, God. Dr. Arshad Joshi says, thank you, Shelley. I was pondering on investing in the Texan PL680. This is in its last phase of production. Do you think it's worth having? Would you like to know your overall? I would like to know your overall take. Go get the PL680. You will be very happy. It's a great song. Donald Waddell, classical gas. Mason Williams, KB9, BPD, Central Illinois. Nice to have you here. Jerry Hart here, Western New York. Great Lakes are natural air conditioner. Mike WS50, hanging on the telephone. Yeah, that's the song. Matt says, oh yeah, nothing prepared me for Montreal heat and humidity in July. I was a kid and thought all Canada was cooler than anywhere in the USA. Boy, was I wrong. Oh God, yeah. Welcome to hell. That's funny because when you talk about that to people, they don't understand. I talked about it in a chat once with a Norwegian, and in Norway, because of the current, the extremes are smaller. So yeah, they have cold weather, and northern Norway, they have definitely very cold weather. But like in Oslo, the averages are smaller than Montreal. So we were talking once, and it's like, well, it's like 0 degrees ish in Oslo in the winter, and it's so with 32 Fahrenheit, and it's like 21, 22 Celsius in the summer, which is like 70 Fahrenheit. Yeah, but Montreal is like, we're at like minus 20 Fahrenheit in the winter, and we're at 90 Fahrenheit in the summer. This is the extreme of Montreal. Montreal is you're freaking cold or you're freaking hot. Plus, you're freaking hot with tons of humidity. This makes it fantastic. So it's like, how can you live in a place like that? That's the way it is here. And I guess, a big chunk of Canada is like that because, we get the heat from the Gulf of Mexico come up in the summer. And it's the way it is. But, man, the thing is, I always say, if it's cold, I just dress up. And I can do my stuff. If it's 95 Fahrenheit, full humidity, which means it's like 100 plus Fahrenheit, technically, I'm like, there's nothing I want to do, and there's nothing I can do, and I don't want to go anywhere and do nothing. This is where I stand on the temperature stuff. Matt says, yes, everyone has a perspective that's distorted by time and place in our experience. It's good to keep that in mind. VT Radio, I used to live in Washington, D.C., which was built on a swamp. Talk about humid. My girlfriend and I used to sleep in the basement during the summer. No AC. Yeah. RJ Dakota, I can't do too cold. I can't wait just to be able to sit down outside at night and no heat in the outdoor shed. Yeah. London 1967 says this is a weekly therapy session. My reasonable. You know what? I think for a lot of people, I don't want to brag or say anything. I think I'll say it as I want to say it, you know. I think I'm such an ordinary guy that I've lived through a lot of shit. That, you know what? Everybody here, with whatever life they left behind, whatever they're going through now, don't forget, there's people on the dark side here today that are watching, some that are probably invisible, never interact with us. And you know what? If this makes you feel good, being with real good ordinary people that, you know, if we would be able to do something with like a brain implant, and I'd show you all the shit that I'll go through, and you guys are going to be like, oh boy. Don't forget that. For those of you that have it easy and always have it the best in life, don't forget that a lot of people have it shitty as like crap. And honestly, a lot of the times it's not even their fault. So we can't judge anyone, never. And we cannot be, you know, different because of our way of being, our lives that we're behind that make us who we are. But one thing I know is everybody that I see in the chat room, everybody that I interact with every freaking week, I'm so happy to see. And if this makes you feel good, you know what? It's more than money. It makes me feel good as a human being that I can just give you this moment where life is great. Okay? I've gone through, and I'm still going through a lot of stuff with caregiving duties. And you know what, this week, I didn't post it. And I posted, I feel like I'm losing a battle because my strength of everything that I'm doing at the same time is giving in, and I'm trying not to cave in. So I love you guys. Okay? And if you guys feel better because of all of this, you know what? This is a therapy, and it's fun, and it's great. ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, Bowman's. Yeah, they're great. Don't bring me down. Dane Newmeyer, N0KM. Took me a long time to come up with this name, Classical Gas, being an instrumental piece. Yeah. Reminds me of, every time I see, I knew the song for a long time, but every time I hear Classical Gas, it reminds me of a Simpsons episode where the power plant, the nuclear power plant is they're on strike. Penny C, nice to have you here. And it's just in time. She's just in time for the music discussion. Oh, Chilliwack. Wow. Jerry Hart, the world needs young people in order to society to continue. Oh, absolutely. And I mean, not just that. Young ideas. I mean, I'm 56, and I find that my politicians have old geezer ideas. So imagine young generation. Because I'm in my head and I'm like, no, we're not in 1980 anymore. We're in 2025. You guys don't freaking know what's life about. So Barrett visited Montreal in May and August, yeah. But maybe you haven't hit the worst of the worst. Maybe you were lucky to be in the it's hot, but it's not too bad. We have these moments that is horrible. Yeah, j'en arrache lime. Bowman's traveling in Wilburys. Oh, I love traveling Wilburys. Really like traveling Wilburys. Greg Martinetti, Peter Frampton, Frampton Comes Alive. That was like, yeah. Old radios, yeah, the outfield, absolutely. Just curious. It's all right. I want to know. You know what? Lime might not say anything to you, but if you'd hear the songs, if you go on YouTube and look at the songs, maybe you're going to be like, oh, yeah, okay. Penny C, Lime, I saw some of their videos, their songs on my cheesy playlist. Oh, God. London says, Jill, have another beer. Jasmine, there's a documentary about British electronic band called the KLF, who were huge in the 90s, but they deleted their entire catalog and gave away all their money. Oh, wow. Okay. Sweatcats. Yeah, I'm Denis Lepage. Oui, Denis Lepage. Yeah. Kurt Martinetti always wanted to see Peter Frampton and Rod Stewart. Now, I saw Rod Stewart last year, and I saw him about 10 years ago last time before that. Great show. I went last year because he did say it was like it's the last show. Trevor says radiogram on 9455 from WRMI. Blue Rodeo is nearly unknown in the U.S. One of my favorite bands. Yep. Penny C, I'm Too Sexy was a great song. Matt says, I heard a cover version of Kiss on my list just at work today. Wow. Oh, God, Da 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 by Trio. Da 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 da. That was like a super cheesy song. I wonder how much money they made out of that. Oh, God. Swatcats, Purple Rain by Prince was completely banned in Russia. Wow. Jeff King, when I was young, I hitched to Ocean City, Maryland. I got to the beach everywhere. I heard the keyboard for Safety Dance, every radio, beach, boardwalk, shops, all one station song from everywhere. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, Asia. Dave Neumeyer. Asia. Absolutely. One of the bands of the 80s. Brad Shaver, am I on a shortwave channel or a live concert? It's the Shortwave live concert. Oh, God. So let's try to get here. Atari, how long does the Seawooden R108 last? As long as you want if you're careful with it. Oh, the batteries. You know, that's one thing that somebody asked me last week, and I was thinking about it this week, and I realized one thing about electronics theory. So, somebody said, I don't like the H501 because batteries don't last that long in the 18650. And I started thinking about it, and I thought about it in a different way. I realized something. Because that person said, well, it's only 3 watts. Oh, but there's an electronics little formula that you got to get into account. So, let's say I take a radio that has a 12-volt battery. And I have this radio, which uses 18650 3-volt battery. Let's put it at 3 watts each. The formula that tells you how much current is being used when you're actually listening to it tells me that a 12-volt radio, a radio that has 12 volts, 3 watts, the formula is for the amount of current, you have to use the 3 watts divided by 12 volts. And that gives you 250 milliamps. So if your radio is using a 12-volt power supply and is a 3-watt demand, it's a quarter of a watt, which means your battery is going to last a long time. Now we get to this. You got 3 watts and you got 3-volt battery, which means if you divide for the current, 3 divided by 3 is 1 amp, which means when this thing is actually taking 3 watts, because the battery is such a low voltage, it's taking almost 1 amp of power to actually work. So the problem on these radios, like any small radios that today live with a 3-volt charge, means you have a lot more power to give out to still work. And so depending on the chip, depending on the technology you're using, the reason this is a battery hog, it's not the radio. It's that it's working on a source that is too small. This is why, look at how big this is as a H501. If you open it, this, instead of having 2 18650s, because it only uses 1, by the way, they could have already made it longer lasting if they had series the 18650s, because they would have upped the voltage to 7.2, which means the required current would be slower, much lower. It will last longer. It's all a question of, it's not a question of magic. It's a question of electronic and electric theory. And this is why this doesn't last that long. This is why a lot of portable radios, you got this. This doesn't use as much power. But the fact that it still uses one of these BL5C batteries for what it needs to be done, it uses more current. If you had in here, I don't know, if it was thin enough, and you could put 6 AA's, which could almost be possible. You're at 6 volts for the same radio. You get 4 times more listening experience on it. I think we're plagued with one of the biggest problems right now, is that the radios we get are so small that they don't use big voltage batteries, which also means that somewhere they don't last as long, especially if they're using a little more power. Two Broke Tim, he had to be him. You're all wrong. Frank Zappa and the Mothers is the greatest bands of all times. Cheers to Broke Tim. I never, you know what? I will actually say one thing to you. I've never listened to Frank Zappa, really. And you know what? I will listen to Frank Zappa because of your comment. Carlo Bokatak from Croatia says, I'm one of the younger generations. I recently started listening to medium wave and shortwave. Cool. Cool. That's nice. Matt says, I don't think we had government bans in the USA since every broadcaster is independent of the feds, but there were a lot of localized bans. Yeah, it wasn't government ban. Like here in Canada, it was not the government that banned it. It was, I think, all the networks decided, no, this is maybe because of the people going nuts about it, you know. Jasmine, singing, Jill. Oh, man. Oh, Swatcast, she's beautiful. Even today, at the age she is, it's like, wow. Be My Lover by La Bouche, Eurodance era. Oh, God. Kim Card's Betty Davis's Eyes, yeah. I'll be a homeless person. Food if they are asking for food. Then 19657, I'm the same way. SWAT Cats, only the lonely will do. Bowman's road is long with a many winding thorn. SWAT Cats, Phil Collins. Don't you look at me now. I'm just an empty space. Sheila Lessall, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. SWAT Cat's best friend cried in front of me when he got dumped by a beautiful girl. Never recovered. Yeah, you never know. Jasmine, it's another day for you and me in paradise. I like the beginning, something like, there's a girl on this. I like the, that song is great, by the way. Another Day in Paradise, because it tries to, like, tell us that, you know what, we should stop being so, kind of embarrassed and stuff. We never know. Matt says, no one now. One of my favorite mainstream 80s artists is Peter Gabriel. I still rock to those records and have some over 40 years. I didn't like much. Well, I did like a few songs. I still remember thinking that Shock the Monkey, he was saying suck the monkey, like a lot of people, by the way. But I appreciated Peter Gabriel for the first time in my life when, man, I should start a music channel and we all talk music. Maybe that'd be cool. There was the Amnesty International tour of 1988 with Sting, Bruce Springsteen, Tracy Chapman, Youssou N'Dour, and local artists from the areas they would go to. And I remember going to that concert here at the Olympic Stadium. And Peter Gabriel got on stage, and the first notes, the first sound that came out was Sledgehammer, which I did not like as a song until I heard it live. it was like it punches, it goes through, and it was like, wow, okay, this is good. And of course, there was that moment where everybody was like, just mesmerized when he was singing Biko, and that was great. I remember that concert. It was just an amazing concert. RJ Dakota, there's a place called Hell in Norway, so it does freeze over. Oh, man. Oh, the Talking Heads. Of course, the Talking Heads. Yeah, they're good. Hamnetics, with no large bodies of water to regulate temperature, Saskatchewan sees some extremes. Oh, yeah, the West sees extremes, absolutely, absolutely. But it's drier, where here it's humid. Jean Arash in Montreal, AC is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, Devo. Devo, absolutely. You know. To Rook Tim, Montreal can be as cold as Winnipeg, I can tell you that. I can tell you that. You know, remember one thing. Cold and humid is as bad as warm and humid. Jasmine was born after grunge. Madrid DXer, I would like to give a shout out to those who don't want to interact in the chat because I respect them. Yeah, there's a lot of people, and it's fine. It's fine. No, not everybody wants to interact. We don't have to push them into it. A lot of people are shy. A lot of people are just not. They're happy to be here, but not. They're fine with. They watch. They interact in the way that they watch and they read the chat, they watch the show, and that's their interaction. Their interaction is there, and it's they're part of something, and it's fine. It's fine, honestly. So Hey Bowens, yeah. Jasmine, I like being here. I've learned a lot about radio and a lot about your lived experiences informed my understanding about music and society. Hey, Stephen Harper. SWAT Cats, when the 54 American hostages was released in 1980, Kool and the Gang celebration was being played while the hostages coming out of the airplane. Wow. You know what, Bowmans? If you're not well, your radios help you out. This helps you out. Keep at it. If this keeps your spirits up, be there and be happy. And we all, and I can speak for everyone. If anybody here hurts, has any health issues that they don't talk about because it's up there, I can speak for everybody because I know that it's the truth. That every single people here are going to think about you and hope that you feel better. I'm sure that's why everybody's here. We're all great people. Carlo Bogata, how is the Texan PL 680 performance on medium wave? Some people said that maybe it's not as fantastic as it could be, but from my experience, it isn't bad at all. Honestly, I think you're going to get a great radio. Jasmine, not that this chat does it. You're all great. I mean, in general. Yeah. I mean, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. What else do we have? So let's go down. Let's go down. And I will, of course, ask my question, but I will also ask for you guys something in return in a few minutes. If I continue, I'll get a beer. But I will need donations also. Come on, guys. It's not just a one-way thing. Yeah, I'm curious why Purple Rain was banned. Yeah, this business needs of business needs. Da, da, da. I sang that once at a karaoke because I was like, okay, let's go for it. Prince is amazing. Oh, VT Radio, yeah. Nobody knows that. Who knows what their yellow pages are today? Nobody. Oh, man. Yeah, Penny C, 103.3 with the 80s hits and the Friday afternoon. Friday night, sorry. You know, absolutely. Flashback 80s shows. And then 19657, Give Peace a Chance. Not give peas a chance. We couldn't give peas a chance, but let's give peace a chance. Oh, man. Oh, man. So I'm happy to have you guys here. Good Enough by Cyndi Lauper from the Goonies, SWAT Cats. The Cyndi Lauper, if there's a song that I love from Cyndi Lauper is Time After Time. I find that's one of the most beautiful ballads of the 80s, and the video is amazing. All radios, that's why I have D cells in my S2200X too. They last much longer. Much longer. Kenneth. Bob, hello. I've seen both videos on YouTube. Okay. And using iPhone. Okay. Yeah, Sheila He. When he was in love with Sheila He. The glamorous life she wanna be. A man's touch. Oh, lip sync. Da 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 da. Bob says, speaking of banned songs and status quo, the status quo song in the Army now was banned or in the UK prior to the first Gulf War. Music like a drug, and we have to save it for special times. Definitely, music has this special place. When I'm sad or when I'm in a moment that I'm a little off. And I've got these moments from time to time. I put my earphones on and I go on YouTube and put some of the songs that, sometimes you'll find it crazy, but sometimes I'll put songs that are going to make me cry because I think it just makes the tension go away. And I don't speak about that much because I don't like speaking about it. But it happens. Olivia Newton-John, yeah, she was great. She was great. Absolutely. My favorite homeless sign, why lie, I need a beer. I gave him a tree. You know what? There is one thing that I remember doing. There was one guy that came up to me. It was maybe 4 in the morning. I came out of the bar. And he says, look, man, it came up to me and says, look, man, I'm going crazy. I didn't have my, heroin dose in a while, and I'm just going nuts, and I need $20 to get another one. And I took $20 out, and I said, look, try to do something to change your life. I am giving you $20 because you know what? You're so honest in what you just told me that, yeah, look, but try to do something to change your life. And he looked at me, he was like, you know, and I was like, yeah, I know. There are people out there that are like, well, you shouldn't do that. I don't care. I'm not at that place in life. I'm at the place where, yeah, everybody has a need, and it's not always easy for anyone. And I can afford it. Matt, I remember that Against All Odds song causing some controversy because they would let Phil Collins perform it at the Oscars where it was nominated, and he made a bit stink about it. Yeah. I know, and Worldwide Country Radio, 05 UTC yesterday, loud and clear, 4840. Yeah. Slotcast Studio. Yep. Matt says the song is literally titled Shock the Monkey, so I don't know how you could look past that and think it was. You know why? Because I didn't look at the title. Back in the day, I was listening to it on the radio. The title was not anywhere in my face. We didn't have the internet, remember? So, I'm not the only one, by the way. If you go on the internet, you're going to see that a lot of freaking people taught about Suck the Monkey. I can tell you that. If you read the title, yeah, okay, Shock the Monkey. But back in 1982-ish, 3-ish, when it played, I didn't have the internet. I didn't have the title in my face. Suck the Monkey is all I heard. Tobruk Tim. Well, you know what, Tobruk Tim? If you would hear me in my environment when I do sing, maybe you wouldn't say that. Here it's just a quick, whatever. But don't worry, I'm not taking it bad. You're banned. No, you're not. Oh God. What is there? What else there? What is there? Fudge Dan. A Boston Patriot might sound silly, but shortwave radio saved my life, got me through, and distracted me enough to get through a very dark place. And you know what? I was in a. I say it all the time. I was in a very, very, very unique place in my life. And I can tell you that I'm a guy that is very, I don't know how you could say it. I'm a guy that's very game, very open. You challenge me to something for a long time in my teenage and the young adult years. You challenge me, I'll challenge you, which is the worst possible state you can be as a young adult, because that means you could go into a lot of crap. And but you know what? I didn't do a lot of that because most of the time I preferred staying home and listening to the radio and shortwave than going out and doing stupid stuff. Because I did my share of stupid stuff in life. I can tell you that. And some really stupid stuff too. Enough to get arrested by the police. I can tell you that. But shortwave was keeping me out of that trouble, I guess. And that's where I understand totally what you're saying. I can tell you that. So, do you guys want me to get another beer and continue? I see already some donations coming through. And don't forget, there's the pizza fund. I'll put the address here for the pizza fund. And we continue. And of course, we can go back to radio if you guys are tired of music and whatever we're talking about. So pizza fund is here. Matt says Time After Time was the song that showed everyone that Cyndi Lauper was legend. Yep. Yep. Definitely. Sean Ash, the B-52s. Oh, I love, by the way, if you guys don't know, the B-52s, if you take the song Planet Claire, the first part, you will hear sounds in Morse code. They are actually real shortwave. It's a clip of a shortwave broadcast. It's an actual shortwave sound. The sound is a Titanic type sound. It's very weird, but it's one of those first Titanic signals from the 80s. But the Morse code is the Canadian Forces Halifax station. It says CFH, Canadian Forces Halifax station in Morse code. It's an actual bit of shortwave that starts Planet Claire. So that is kind of cool. Hold the radios, Mexican radio, Wall of Voodoo, yeah. Thank you, Penny C, for the donation. Much appreciated. Swatcast, Sheena East was installed by a producer when the song was going that to be released in the USA. The song 9 to 5 was changed to Morning Train. There was another song called 9 to 5 by Dolly. Rat Shaver, thanks for your honesty, and I hope everything was right. Thank you. It's much appreciated. So, All Through the Night is great also from Cyndi Lauper, SWAT Cats. Absolutely. 54 Cal, 2 Live Crew. 1989 was the highest high school controversial music of the day. W5BL, do you ever get on HF? Would love to talk. Oh, absolutely. I do it regularly, W5BL. Anytime. Let's find a schedule. Mark Martland, thank you so much for the donation. It's much appreciated. Everything that, I think part of us and part of the show is a lot about memories too. I mean, shortwave, if we've been listening for a long time, we have stuff today to listen to. But a big chunk of our heart is stuck in the past of the shortwave glory. Also, all the stations we've heard, the stations we got QSL cards from. I mean, we're in a different, it's very, it's very interesting because part of us is in the past, part of us is in the future, and I'm here to bridge that, maybe. I mean, I am a guy to the past, a guy to the future, a guy that's listening now, and trying to help people that get into our hobby right now, and try to let's go forward. And there's still stuff out there. It's complicated, more difficult, but there's stuff out there. So one of the best videos. Somebody earlier had mentioned Kate Bush. One of the best videos from Kate Bush for me was cloud busting. It's just so cool. So cool. So anyways, I'm in the bands. Look, you know what? The more ham we can do, the happier I am because I want to do more. And I want to try to promote. There's so much stuff that maybe we can talk after the break. I need to get a beer right now. And I will need to go also do a little bit something and check out for my caregiving duties before we get back. So I will mute the mic for a second. I will be back in not long. So love you guys. We're having a good time. What is it? I've been on for 3 hours and 49 minutes. So don't forget, donations through PayPal, through here. You like what I do? I'm gonna go and get a beer, come back. Come on, guys. You like what is happening here? A little something really, really helps. So I'm back in a few seconds. And we are back for a few seconds. Let's have you here. Go ahead. Thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Okay, here we go. Yeah, YouTube channel with national anthems. There's a lot of them. Actually, we have all the national anthems. It's interesting to listen to them. There are some beautiful ones. I always thought the Russian one was beautiful. There's some nice stuff out there. It's interesting to hear national anthems, definitely. What else do we have? Okay. Voices carry. You know that song "Voices Carry" has a meaning. It's when you're talking in a public place, and other people can be hearing what you're saying. And she was with a boyfriend. In that song, she was with a boyfriend that was always telling her, "Shush, you shouldn't talk so loud. Other people are listening in on what we say." And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, till Tuesday. Mark Land, thank you so much for a donation. It's much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, Mike WX50, for the donation. Really much appreciated too. It's fun to be here. It's fun to be with you guys, honestly. So it's just cool. And thanks for being generous. It helps out, and you know what? That's why I've got a SI 4732 coming up. I took on that fund, that radio fund that we have, and decided to check it out. So yeah, it's interesting. So we are at 4 hours and 3 minutes, and it's nice to have all of you here. And any pirates right now? I haven't, it seems to be so quiet right now. In Pirate Land, pirates, Chef Underground, Shortwave Pirates, what's happening? There is Mixed Radio International, no, that was at 19. Wow. There's nothing happening now. This is weird at this time. Okay. There is Radio Romania that should be at 11.620. Let's check it out. 11.62. Radio Romania. Oh, it's not very strong. I mean, 11.62 is usually better than that. Let's try it here. 11.62.
The 10% one on almost
Radio Romania, English.
The exception is China.
11.620.
American taxes have reached 145%. In recent days, stock markets have experienced significant declines.
With that hum, that transmitter hum that they're having. I hope transmitter is not going to leave, because they're already off with only one transmitter right now. So, yep. Bob, Vivaldi browser stream just backed up. It seems to be a thing with Chromium browsers. Yeah. So Radio Romania English 11620 620. Thanks for the donations, guys. You are much appreciated. Penny C, does anyone know that Jill said about the Canadian Forces at Halifax in relation to B-52 songs Planet Claire? I missed that part. Okay, Penny C, what happens is that so the B-52s, the singer, one of the singers, I don't remember his name, the male singer, he apparently was a big fan of shortwave radio. So when they did Planet Claire, he wanted to have a creepy recording, and that's where he got the recording off of shortwave radio. And part of it sounds like an early digital mode, which was Stanag, which existed in the early 80s, by the way. And in it, there's CFH, Canadian Forces Halifax, Morse code identification that was like through the 80s, it was there everywhere. So what happened is that it made the recording. It started recording like a weird recording, and we just they just incorporated that to the song. So I don't think I'm going to hit with a copyright strike if I put just the beginning of it before they start the song, the actual song. But here's the beginning of it. I'm going to try to like Planet Claire B-52s and put it here. And I'm going to put that. So let me just see if we can hear it with all of this. So I'm gonna put up like, and this is gonna be like this. Just gonna do this and ignore and pause. So here's the beginning of the song. Here we go. So then they go into the song, but that is a clip of a shortwave, some shortwave sounds, and this is very shortwave sounds, and it's the Morse code says CFH from Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is the Canadian Forces Halifax station, and so this is probably the first time ever that I've been involved in a pop music song that actually has incorporated some shortwave radio sounds to it. And it didn't take me a long time, because when I listened to shortwave, CFH was every one of the bands back in the day. So when I heard it, I recognized the Morse code immediately and said, whoa, this is CFH Halifax, Canadian military station. They put that in their song. And yeah, it actually was. They put that in their song. So it's just so funny, because it was like, wow, it's the first time ever I hear a shortwave sound put into a song. So it was kind of cool. It's kind of cool. And every time I hear this song, it's just amazing. By the way, I saw B-52s for free at the Montreal Jazz Festival about 10 years ago, and I just went nuts when I heard. I mean, there's several of their songs I like, like the Love Shack and Rock Lobster and stuff like that. But my favorite all-time song from them is Planet Claire, and when they got live with Planet Claire, I was like, oh man, this is so amazing. Kevin, thank you for the tip. Hope the terrorists doesn't take too much of the donations. No, they don't take donations, and they don't take the pay right now, so we'll be okay. We'll be okay for now. No, it's not long enough for a copyright strike, and if it does a copyright strike, it's gonna be So this is kind of cool, when you see this in a song and have that happening. Honestly, so glove slam all over it. There are tons of these these things we hear in songs that's like, oh god, yeah, no, Ray, I'm sorry. So it's interesting to see that I mean, a lot of people from the past in groups and rock music and everything were actually radio fans, amateur radio people, shortwave radio listeners. So it's kind of cool when you think about it. So yeah, go listen to Planet Claire, London, 19657. It's got that beat that you just got going on. It's when I started listening to music, a lot of there was something called the punk rock era from like 77 to 2000, sorry, to 1982, 3-ish. Some bands came out of that punk rock era. That was one of the songs of the punk rock era, actually. Yep, Joe Walsh is a ham. Actually, on the International Radio Report, we got 2 recordings of him talking about the ARRL, the Amateur Radio Relay League, and how it helps amateur radio operators around the United States to, keep their stand against all sorts of regulations. I can make you guys hear one of them here if you guys want to hear that. So this is Joe Walsh from one of the IRR recordings I got here. Let me just IRR sounds. So ID. So here's one. You guys are gonna hear it. Joe Walsh, where is he? We got actually 2 promos from him, and so let me just check it out. Joe Walsh. Here we go. So here we go. Here's one of them that you guys are gonna hear. Here we go.
Hi everybody, this is Joe Walsh. One thing I do when I'm not playing rock and roll is get on the air as an amateur radio operator. Also called ham radio, is a communication service provided by ordinary people just like you and me. Ham radio operators are everywhere, in your city, your area, your neighborhood, in any country you go to. We have a national emergency communication system in place 24/7, 365 in case of natural or man-made disasters, earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, you name it, we're there. Find out more about amateur radio at arrl.org/whatishamradio. See you on the air.
So this is one. And the second one we have here for Joe Walsh is this one right here. Let me just do this again. Joe Walsh. And this is the second one we have right here.
How you doing? Joe Walsh here, WB6ACU. Ham radio's given me friends all over the world who I never would have met otherwise, and it's taught me skills in electronics that have helped me in my career. I give back to amateur radio by being a member of ARRL. Thanks to its members, the league provides support for on-the-air events that give ham so much enjoyment, sending staff and volunteers to Washington to fight for our spectrum and for reaching out to the next generation of hams, teaching them about the hobby and its traditions. ARRL is the National Association for Amateur Radio. They are our voice in Washington and all around the world. Be a member. Please join ARRL. Find more out about it at arrl.org/join.
That's Joe Walsh. So we got two IDs for our show with Joe Walsh in it, and we usually play it when there's anything that is more like amateur radio and stuff like that. We play these IDs. Sometimes we have a lot of space. So it's like I'm going to play one of those IDs because it's a minute long. So it's like, okay, we're going to fill up space here. But no, Joe Walsh is a great person, honestly. And there's a lot of people, we don't know, the stars and us. It seems like there's some distance from all of this. But then we hear stuff like this, and they're like, maybe we're not that far away from each other, It's interesting. And, the ARRL, I see a lot of negativity around the ARRL and a lot of bashing, and I don't know what to think exactly. I think the ARRL tries to do its best in many ways in helping hams in the United States and keep spectrum around. And we do need an association. In these days where it's even more complicated, we don't know what's going to happen with our spectrum and with the frequencies we're using. In a day when this actually was one of the things I thought of. In the days where governments are selling spectrum, which honestly is not owned by anyone. Governments have decided that I'm grabbing this and I'm selling it. No, there was never a price for it ever before. But when you start thinking the spectrum, the amount of frequencies we have available are being sold, this is scary for a lot of things. Amateur radio. I mean, we ain't the guys giving a lot of money to the government to keep the frequencies alive. We try to keep them alive, and thanks to the ITU and the fact that there's world regulations, there are things that are maintained. But don't think that all those frequencies we're talking right now in 5 or 10 or 15 years are there because, oh no, we're ham radios, we're going to have them. No. Do never think that, because frequencies, look at the I've seen a lot this week about those HF trading stations. I've seen a lot of stations on the air this week. These stations make money off of using shortwave for trading on the stock market and on all sorts of things that it makes it faster because there's not this delay. There's not this, there's not this moment where it's like it takes, 150 milliseconds. No, the shortwave spectrum is almost instantaneous from station to station. That's why they want to have that spectrum. That's why they applied and put transmitters there. It's faster than anything else. Faster than internet, faster than satellite, faster than anything else. There's no relays. It's just direct. These stations, think about it. These stations have a lot of money. You're a trading station. You're trading billions a day, trillions a day. Just look at what happened this week. What tells you that one of these companies don't come forward and say, you know, we could buy the shortwave spectrum because we need it. And when, and this is not political, when the government is being pretty much owned by billionaires that want to make more billions, what prevents anyone from saying, you know what? Hey, shortwave, forget it. HF trading stations all the way. Who will prevent this? Even though we have the ITU, even though we have all the, international, we just seen that all the international guidelines are being just pushed away, and who cares because of one man or one government entity. And this is not, U.S. only. Whatever country around the world could be sitting down saying, look at China. Why they couldn't be sitting down saying, yeah, what the hell? Shortwave could be used for a lot of things. Whatever country around the world it is. We're not specific to a country right now. We're specific to interesting times. What tells you that, oh, we're safe, our spectrum's safe? No, it's not. We don't know what's going to happen. If you're a ham radio operator, you know what? I don't care what you think about the ARRL. Maybe joining a group, because remember, united, we are much more stronger than individual people. If we build a big group, REC in Canada, Radio Amateurs of Canada, ARRL in the United States, everybody joins. Everybody just posts their way of thinking and saying, no. The spectrum of the shortwave bands and the spectrum of any frequency band cannot be sold, cannot be commercialized, because someone somewhere wants to make money. This is where we need to unite and not be divided. I see too much division with the RRL. You know what that means? That's why you guys lost part of the 220 megahertz spectrum already. You know why? Because everybody says like, well, the ARRL doesn't do anything. No, it does. But you know what? If you're not helping the ARRL do something, they do their best with what they have. Okay? I don't care what you think. They do the best what they have. And if you're not there and you're not paying fees, who are you to, crap on the ARRL? You're not paying fees? Or are you to crap? It's like if you didn't go vote, who are you to crap on the government? You're not even giving your own vote to somebody. So just shut up. ARRL is the same. REC in Canada, Radio Amateurs of Canada. We've got to defend our frequency spectrum. We've got to defend all of this because this is not given. You know what? Amateur radio is more annoying to the government in general than anything else. They gotta, like, oh yeah, these guys want to have their ham license. Yeah, what do they care? There's no more of that feel of, well, amateur radio help out, and yeah, they help out in disaster moments. Hurricanes, tornadoes. We help out, but unfortunately, it's not something we see, and it's not something we push ahead. Nobody knows that. I'll say it all the time. Somebody comes in here, looks at this, and what happens? Oh, you're CBR. No, an amateur radio operator. Why isn't that title in the head of everybody of, well, this is a superior thing. This is, oh, in terms of emergencies, when something happens, you'll be there to help me. Because amateur operators and groups are too stupid to promote it correctly. Okay? So, you know what? This is the thing we got to talk about. How we need to promote it correctly. That the amateur operators are important. When something happens, it's important for us to be here. We're the ones that can continue operating when the rest of the world is down. But unfortunately, that image isn't there. That image isn't there because there's too many idiots and too many people that just can't explain what amateur radio is. You know, I'm making a contact with some other. Yeah, no, please. Here, when we had the ice storm of 1998, if AM radio operators weren't there to relay all of the information from a zone that was in the dark for a month, nobody else could. The government couldn't. The police couldn't. All of their systems were down. But amateur radio was there. And this is sad because it takes, like a minute and a half in a news story for one night. And it's forgotten. And everybody says, oh, you got your toys and stuff. When somebody tells me you got your toys, I don't have my toys. I actually have, honestly, got a license. Okay? I'm going to be back in a second because somebody's calling me. Caregiving duties are into. I'll be back and we're going to continue on this. Okay? I didn't get a license because it's, a toy and fun. Hey guys, it's a little complicated right now, so sorry. The caregiving duties are complicated tonight. Okay, so thing is that amateur radio, we got to protect our spectrum, and we got to protect everything we have. Honestly, this is what is amateur radio, and you never know. What else do we have? Well, they didn't talk politics, John Ash. There's nothing politics in what I'm saying. It's very, very neutral. Andrew's in Vancouver, BC. On radio's pizza time. It's complicated because we got to stop having amateur radio treated as a toy and as CB radio, because that's what people think. Why? Because we don't have people that are capable of explaining it correctly. It's as simple as that. And we got old geezers that aren't, happy with changes in rules. I mean, come on. Ham radio is changing. We're in 2025. You got to explain why ham radio still exists and why it's still needed. How do you explain? Because, honestly, maintaining a amateur radio database at a government level is money. Why doesn't someone come in a way and say, oh, these CB radio guys, why are we maintaining this and why does it exist? Hey, let's clear it out tomorrow. If you can't explain why amateur radio is important, it could be gone in 5 or 10 or 15 years. It could be something. Look here in Canada. I always say it. The reason why the license is free and they don't just really care is because they don't really care. Because most people that do the politics, that do the stuff, think that we are nerd CBers that are just out there to, talk on the radios and that's it. This is why the time is right to just freaking sit down on their ass and explain to every government entities, to every freaking people out there, we are amateur radio operators ready to help out. When something is going to happen, we will be there for you, for your security. We'll be the ones talking and giving away all the information needed when the police cannot, because government made or stuff made by these guys is nice by these commercial companies. Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, until it breaks, because you guys think that everything is always nice and always beautiful. Get into an ice storm, a tornado, a hurricane. You're going to see your beautiful commercial systems. They're freaking down and they don't work. They don't work. They're not made for that. Amateur radio is made for that. Times of emergencies will be there and will help out. This is going to change. This is going to change forever what people think of amateur radio if we get that voice out there. But no, it's old geezers that, no, I don't want to have that new regulation. Morse code is important. And it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah. I'll do what I do as long as I can do it. But if I lose my privilege because stupid AMs can't explain how important we are, well, that's the way it dies. That's the way it goes. Okay, guys. That was sorry. I got I just stumbled on my own saliva. But sorry, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it is. Why should we explain to everybody when nobody can? Why it's I'm gonna lose my privilege in some way because nobody was able to explain it, and I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I really got. Okay, Christopher says, then we all become radio pirates. Yeah, let's go. And we'll put a patch in our eyes, and it's like, yeah, let's go for it. And, that's the thing it is. It's, and there's nothing I can do as a loner that wants to say, as a loner that goes against all the old geezers. It's like, well, these are our new rules. Yeah, okay. And, when everybody tells me, well, we got satellite communication, we've got this or that, or I'm sorry, it's a lack of knowledge. It's a lack of knowledge of when things go bad and go really wrong. You have no idea if things are just taken off the air. Not political, but I will have to be naming names. How can you trust a satellite system by a certain Elon when it's controlled by his company, billionaire company, in times of complex evolution and complex times? So you're going to leave your SpaceX satellite constellation open to everybody, including those that talk against you? Nothing is open or closed on amateur radio. You don't, whatever you are, whatever your allegiance, amateur radio lets you through, and it's like it's going to help you. But what tells me that in an emergency situation, going through, Elon Musk's satellite will let me go through if I'm not of your allegiance? So you know what? How about tonight I say Musk is an idiot and I get blocked from Starlink? Because you know what? That's the reality of things. Somebody has a control. And billionaires have control. And I got to trust that? I'm sorry, but on amateur radio it doesn't happen. We might have our differences. We might have our allegiance. We might think differently. All of us here are not all on the same political track. But we get along. Mainly because we don't talk about that. But I'm pretty sure we all agree on one thing. We shouldn't be removed from some system just because we think differently. And I think that we will all agree on. And that's why Amateur radio is cool because I think amateur radio doesn't have, even though people talk about some of the stuff like that, when bad things happen, is there a political agenda on it? No. We're just there. We want to help. Whatever allegiance we just are up there to help each other. There's so much that it's, it's we got to be careful. Honestly, we got to be careful, and we've got to push this idea that amateur radio, in the end, is going to help us. One movie that I found very, I'd say very open in advance. When we look at oh God, I forgot the name of the movie where they invade our planet in the United States. When we look at Independence Day, one of the what I was never expecting from a movie like that is how at the end of the movie, what is helping make contact around the world is Morse code, amateur radio. It was beautiful. This was a beautiful thing because it was like, wow, I liked this movie for that part. When, you know what? All of that was helpful. And you know what? Whoever thought about that, I knew something about amateur radio for sure. That Morse code could be a savior that we could be out there and just save the world in a different way of communicating. Hey, KK Christopher, nice to have you here. Take care, my friend. So, we've got to be... cursed loot, where I'm not throwing Morse code under the bus at all. For example, I want to go to my extra class. I find it okay that I have to get my 5 words per minute Morse code brushed up for that. I want to go there. It's okay. It's harder, and it means that because Morse code is honestly it should be maintained, and there's some history behind it. But you know what? It is definitely something we got to respect. So curse loot, that's not what I'm going. When I said Morse code, I talked more about the basic license. I think the basic license, to be just easy to get through. But after that, I'm not throwing Morse code under the bus. That's for sure. Victor, I did have a portable Motorola CB. Used it just for work. Bob, no individual should be in a position to disable a whole communication system. Absolutely. We got to be careful, Contact. Kevin Michael, nice to have you here, by the way. It is a skill, Victor. It is definitely a skill. I mean, Contact is an amazing movie. You guys are making me feel like I want to watch Contact tonight. It's an amazing movie. At so many levels also. This is what I like about Contact. All the levels that it has in it. Science, personal beliefs, and a great demonstration of how, and we should never forget, how scientists, have a hard time getting the funding they need to do, what sometimes might look like weird science, but hey, so many weird ideas are today technologies that we use. It's and we should never think that science is something that hogs some of the budgets that prevent poor people from getting food. Or no, it isn't. This is stupid and fool people saying that. The amount of money spent on stupid things is way more of a problem than spending billions in NASA so that we go explore this other planet. It doesn't prevent anybody from eating. What prevents anybody eating is stupid people that just keeps the money that they should just, rich people, a lot of billionaires out there. Man, I would not even respect the way they are, personally. Matt says Carl Sagan was an extremely insightful person, so that came across in contact. Yeah. When the Voyager spacecraft did its voyage, and if anyone has not seen this, a documentary that will show you many aspects. The people that in their heart lived through a space program, and the science that came back, the passion of how they were able to deal and do something. Look at the farthest journey. That is the story of the Voyager spacecraft. It's a beautiful documentary of people that just pour their life. It's like the time that all of this, the time frame of all of it, their life was dedicated to this. We learned so much stuff out of the planets in our own solar system thanks to the Voyagers. And Carl Sagan, one of the best moments is when the last Voyager pictures were taken of Neptune before it was just leaving the solar system. Somebody said, how about we turn around and take a picture of the whole solar system? And NASA didn't want it because they said, well, there's no science in that and it's not interesting. But Carl Sagan came in and said, I want that picture. And that picture showed every single freaking planet. And it showed the Earth, in which was a little pale blue dot and kind of a beam of light. And I still remember every time when he just looked at it and said, this is where every one of us have lived, will live our life. The little blue dot right there in the middle of nowhere in the universe. Man, that was beautiful. Beautiful. This is, this is where we got to understand that our world is much bigger than our little politics and shit that's living right now. It's in the middle of a universe that is so vast and so freaking different. It's just amazing. our little lives in this planet is nothing compared to a universe that's just so freaking big. So freaking big. Honestly? Honestly? We gotta stop creating shit and start creating, great moments in our own universe right now. So, but that documentary is beautiful because they talk about the beginning to the end and the amount of money. And this is where it's sad thinking about the amount of money in science. We can't think about science in money amounts. It's like we can't think about news sources as money amounts. The BBC World Service. Oh, well, it's cost a lot of money. It's freaking important around the world. The VOA was freaking important. We got tomorrow on the International Radio Report, we got a really good article, a really good story on Nigeria, people that just lost their compass, their guiding light, and having news from the United States that they trust, telling them what's happening. It's gone. It's gone in one day because of short-sightedness and stupid people. It's just crazy. Imagine how difficult it is to be a Carl Sagan today. When all of this is gone. When all the possibilities are made more difficult suddenly. I miss the 70s. That era of relaxed, yeah, we got to take control, but the relaxed moment. We're going to do stuff. We're going to be there. You know what? I'm going to tell you one thing. We are going backwards, and it's so sad. It's so sad, and with a handful of people too. It's horrible. I mean, I think a lot of us are much more advanced in our knowledge and what we want to know and see in life, with also the knowledge and the things we learned about Cold War and all of it. I still think about, imagine in 2025 the way things are going, being 1985, where a lot of you in the United States and us in Canada and Europe listening to, listening to Radio Moscow. What would it be today? I agree, Jeff K. NASA's budget is so small compared to the rest of the budget of the United States of America. It should be 3 times that. But you know what? Nope. Musk is going to get the money. Sad. We are going in a very awkward way right now. Here in Canada, we have... I don't want to be political or anything. We have changed a lot of our minding of what the rest of all of this is going to happen. I'm happy and made Canada brighter, happier, and stick together more than ever. But it's sad that it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that. I still remember so many moments where Canada was shining, being next to its big partner, CERT. It doesn't want to be there anymore. Dang. For one stupid idiot. I'm sorry. Shoo, any pirate stations are on the air now? It's quiet Saturday. Man, this is crazy. Crazy. Shortwave. So what's there? Oh, 6850 AM, 6965 AM, and 6955 upper sideband. Anything here? Let's go there and see what's up there. The upper sideband. Six nine five five is there. 6955 is there. That's not bad here. $69.30 upper sideband is pretty good, which is not mentioned here. So 6955, 6930 upper sideband is here. You know, Jeff K., I was reading an article a couple of weeks ago where people are saying that when they talk, even though Alexa or Google Assistant is there, that they have a change in the number of ads, which kind of tells them, you know what? It's like, listening to us. Is it doing that or not? And I need to do this on the tech live, on the tech show, the tech channel they have. I want to do something here, and I want to take my Google Assistant, put it here. Not asking it anything, just talking, and see if my ads on my Facebook and everywhere I go change. I mean, that would be a very good example of, yeah, okay, it's really snooping on me. So you know what? I'm going to do that this week. I'm going to put it right here. I don't use it anyway. I bought one just out of curiosity, but I don't freaking use it. I'm going to put it right here and talk all the week and see if my ads change. If they do, this thing is spying on me. I can tell you that. London 19657, $10 for midnight in Moscow. Absolutely. You know what? I will for you. And if anybody wants me to groove and dance to midnight in Moscow soon, why not? Give me a little something. I'll do it for you. You know, one of the things that I'm scared of is the Starlink, as they put thousands and thousands of satellites up there. How it's going to impact our view of the stars. It's crazy. Andrew, Google Eyes listening whether you have it on or off. I get more spam phone calls on my Pixel when my number is associated with my G account. Well, you know what? I think this week it could be a really good idea. I put it right here, do my daily stuff. I might even just say, things like, I want to buy a new microwave. I want to buy a new computer. and see if I get more ads of whatever I'm going to mention than normal if it wasn't there, because it's not there right now. It's not even plugged in right now. It could be kind of interesting. Oh. What did you say? Midnight Must Go by Kenny Ball is the version I grew up with by Benny Hill and it's a song that you had finished last show with and drove me bonkers. I had to share that. Oh, that's good. That's good. I can tell you, I'm gonna try that this week. I'm gonna go and it's in the kitchen, and I'm gonna get it and just put it here in my office, and talk stuff and see if do I see more ads or not because of it. I think that'd be an interesting experiment, especially for a tech show. And do several experiments, like talk at different things and see if I have different things appearing in my search. Then you know what? Yeah, you're fucking snooping on me. Oops, sorry for the word. I said the word. I know some people are not happy. Sorry. So Radio Romania going down 11,620. At this time it is in French. Kenneth says, don't use Alexa around talking Paris. They also ordered stuff from Amazon. There's a meme on Facebook that goes around. It's like, why is my electricity bill so high? And then when they're off to work, the parrot says, Alexa, turn on the lights. Alexa, turn on the heating. Alexa, turn on. It's just great. Now I've turned on everything of you guys that have an Alexa, by the way. Carlo Bogatak says, is Texan PL 680 easy for operate? You know what? It's probably easier to operate of all the radios. He says, I'm asking because I'm completely blind and kind of don't have the soft mute. So it doesn't have soft mute. That's the first thing you're going to notice. You know, radios are not, friendly for disabled people in general. I believe, though, one thing is that if you punch frequencies, the 680 has a little dent on the 5, which is in the middle of the keypad, so you know where you are when you actually slide your finger. So you might actually feel that dent, know you're on the 5, so you know how to punch in the frequency, which is a nice feature, but I totally understand how being disabled in any way is making it difficult for tuning any freaking radio out there. Honestly, there's so much that could be made better. I can tell you that. London 9367 says my Alexa shit just exploded. Jim's radio check. I drove past Target before, and 15-20 minutes later, there's an ad on my phone. Well, you know what? I subscribe to some tracking thing on Google, so Google knows what I like with food. One day I'm going somewhere and I'm in the middle of a place I don't know anything, and on my phone pops up a message that says, well, it's 1 p.m., maybe you're hungry. There's a pizza place just that other corner. And I'm like, wow, it followed me to the point telling me there's a pizza place there. I might be hungry and I might want to go eat, which I did, by the way. But it's like, yeah, this thing is following me like really, really crazy and really, really well. I can tell you that. It's like, wow, you're following me really good, eh? You know that there's a pizza place right there. That's not counting number of times I said, oh, you've been to that restaurant. How was it? Okay. Do you want to answer questions? Is it, wheelchair friendly? Is it kid friendly? Is it what? Yeah, London 19 speaks. I know it's kind of scary. It's like, yeah, you know where I am, and you know what I like too. So it's like, yeah, there's a pizza there. Yeah, you know I want that. Hey, what do you want? We're this close to Terminator. That's it's Michael, my Alexa died. What did you do so Alexa died? Yeah, it was okay. I can't say I remember or tell you that I would go back, but yeah, I guess it was okay. You know. There you go, Kirstaloot. He's a mailman, and now that you mention it, I do get way more ads for businesses that I deliver to because I'm there 4 to 5 times a week. Yeah, it follows you. It knows where you are close to whatever business. That's what it does. Kamikaze76, I just saw a game for Android called AI Girlfriend. Now that is just creepy. You know what? I saw something, I won't lie. I do watch those X-rated stuff from time to time. But what amazed me is the amount of, hey, we can create an AI version of your fantasy now. It's like, but you look at it, because I clicked because I was just curious. You look at it, it's like, it looks fake. No, it looks fake. I mean, I'm a man. Come on. I will not pretend. The thing is, it looks fake. The AI stuff doesn't look real. No, it doesn't turn me on. Oh, I can be what you want to be. No, it doesn't look real. It's not real. It's not real, people. It doesn't. No. It doesn't turn on. I'm sorry. It's like, maybe someday. But you know what? Come on. Ken and Jill, it is getting to the point that when you are pulled over, hand me your phone and we'll see how fast you were going. You know what? That could be, because I will tell you a little story here about that. So, I get into a car with a guy that drank a lot of freaking alcohol. I'm not happy, and I shouldn't be in that car. I told him, I said, you got to be careful. All the way through, I had my phone, because my phone can measure the speed we're going. I'm like, yeah, we're on a 80 kilometer per hour road, and you're 110. So I just keep looking at my phone. I keep looking at my freaking phone. It's like, I want to see the speed you're going. And you know what? That could be. Who tells you that the cop someday cannot say, hand over your phone? Oh, according to that app, you are going 155. There you go, Ken. Absolutely. A robot for mate. Hello. I am Brenda, and I am here to satisfy you. This is so weird. Maybe. All radios, maybe when I'm your age, Jill. Holograms, the future, yeah, maybe. Can touch this. competitive. But I mean, I look at all of that and I'm like, God, really, we are at that point, you know. It's crazy. It's changing our mind, and it's changing every freaking thing in our mind. Honestly, it's just crazy. I'll tell you that. I don't know. Andrew, I thought Brenda was mine. Oh, God. But, our technologies are changing the way we are. Our radios, everything, amateur radio. Amateur radio is getting very technological. I mean, amateur radio is getting to the point where a lot of things are changing. You know, when I see the amount of people against FT8, it's Sam Radio. Yeah, you know what? I'm bored of FT8. But I'm not going to say, hey, we should stop FT8. You know? No. That's me. I need to do something else with amateur radio. That's all. FT8 helped a lot of people do things they couldn't do. When people tell me FT8 is killing amateur radio, no, it's not. You are yourself killing amateur radio. That's a different thing. I can tell you that. I'm looking at the schedules in North America for shortwave this week, and I was kind of just noticing how, if there is one place in the world where radio is Kenneth says, I wonder what will happen if you're behind on your payments and AI, Brenda. So, in North America, yeah, we're being left behind. There's not a lot of broadcasters anymore. The Voice of America broadcast that left, that we're still listenable in North America, is like, okay, it's freaking quiet. And, I'm the guy that's supposed to be like, yay, we're listening to shortwave. Yeah, you know what? I'm still happy, and then we got to do what we do with what's left. Honestly, it's very important. Hey, Bobby, welcome back. So, it's the life we are in. Brenda, would you delete your SSD? Okay, Google, delete everybody's history. Oh, God. Okay, Alexa, delete account. Oh, God. If I got problems tomorrow, I know now it's a big problem. Oh, God. Okay, so I just got a text message from I don't know what. Okay, what else do we have? It's my next door neighbor. They moved out already because they bought a house, and I have their mail. And I text them that I got letters, so I just got a message that they could pass in a couple of weeks. Oh, God. Please do, Carlo Bagatak. Do become a ham radio operator. Honestly. Honestly, do. It's great. Great opportunity. Candace says, Jill is the text from Brenda. Oh, man. And the year 25 is million. Yeah, man's still alive. I'm not sure. So, hey guys, we've been on for 5 hours and 19 minutes. That's pretty good, honestly, pretty good. And how about we end with Moscow Nights? Huh? What do you say? Moscow Nights? Want to see me dancing to Moscow Nights? That's where we're going to be. Okay, guys. It's not going to be the B-52s. And not going to be Left Shack. Bob says, I'm so boring that even my girlfriend started ignoring me. London's 19.5. What? Want a beer? What do you want? Me to continue for another hour? Or two? Moscow Nights. Matt says. So, old radios, yes. Take care, guys. Love you all. Don't forget, Pizza Fun. You can give a little something here on the Super Chat. It's much appreciated. Love you all. And so, yeah. Let's go. What London you want? Another hour? Come on, guy. So what do you guys want? London 19657 says another hour. Or Moscow Nights. What do you guys want? Andrew, well, thanks for the show. Okay. Everybody wants Moscow Nights. Thanks, London 19657. It'll be next time. Now we're going to do Moscow Nights, which is just great. Love you all, okay? It's always cool. Great discussion, great point of views, young and older people together, just mixing all of it in and being happy. And you know what? That's the way it is. It's life. So, let's see. Moscow Nights. Do we have a Moscow Nights? We do have Moscow Nights.
L'idée, c'est pas de savoir lequel.
Sorry. So, guys, I love you all. Really, really. And let's go for it. Because tonight is the night where all of it. I love you, London 19657. I know you wanted to have another hour. But you know what? We'll make it up next week. Okay? Thanks for the donation. And let's have fun. For this last little moment, I will close my microphone. And we're just going to deal with what's happening in a moment in time with Moscow Nights. Love you guys.